If you're watching the replay, you could always support the show by sending a super thanks. That's right, a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it, right below the video. Shout out to the early No Cap crew and the VIP crew, all the mods. Thank you to the working mods, I appreciate you. If you feel it in your heart, support the show. Also, share the live stream and hit that like button. Share the live stream and hit the like button, family. I appreciate you.
Spacey got the sauce on.
Hey, bruh, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Shout out to everybody in the building. If you be so kind and you have the resources, share the live stream and make sure you hit that like button. Witness takes to stand against Karmelo Anthony. A strong turn of events, and we're going to talk about it tonight. This is no captivity.
No captivity.
So you already know what time it is. Grab your seats, let's go.
Shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Just a little over a minute before showtime. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. Shout out to everybody in the building. It is Friday. We're gonna have a great time tonight. More information on Karmelo Anthony and the trial. People taking the stand. Prosecutors against the defense.
Boy, shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So man, you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long that I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
No captivity. Freezy.
What up? You are officially locked in to No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you're rock with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this live stream. And after you subscribe, hit that notification bell. That is if you rock with your boy, Freezy.
No captivity.
So I've been keeping up with this Karmelo Anthony trial, making sure I'm able to give you guys updates. This trial is a roller coaster ride. I warned y'all. We talked about this. This trial is a roller coaster ride. I said this before. It's going to be a roller coaster ride. Now, the information that came out today, it didn't feel good. Pause. It didn't feel good. They had their first witness hit the stand. But what I'm noticing is the stories are very contrasting. I don't know. Somebody can't be telling the truth. That's what I'm... Either Karmelo's side is lying or Austin Metcalf. The witnesses are lying. Either the witnesses for Karmelo is lying or the witnesses for Austin Metcalf is lying. Well, we're going to examine this today. The first witness did hit the stand, and if I'm not mistaken, I think probably more than one witness hit the stand, but I know the first witness was very pivotal, and we're going to go over it, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. I see y'all. Y'all, this trial is going to be it's going to be difficult to get through because the witnesses, I'm going to tell y'all what's very significant about this trial. The witnesses that are hitting the stands and the witnesses that's going to be hitting the stands, they basically kids. They're basically kids and they can be influenced and persuaded. I'm just letting y'all know where my head at off the rippity. These witnesses that are going to be hitting the stands, they go to Memorial High School where Austin Metcalf went. So in my mind, that's a red flag already. That's a red flag right there. I'm telling you right now, that's a red flag, man.
No captivity.
It's a red flag to me. It's a red flag. And we're going to go over why I feel like it's a red flag. I have very good reason to think why it's a red flag. I'm telling you. I have very good reason to think why this is a red flag. Now, I do have some more videos we're going to react to. We're going to be updated about this Karmelo Anthony situation. Also, they have the body cam footage about Karmelo Anthony. And it showed the expression that Karmelo Anthony actually had after the incident, which is very important. right? To process and to examine. But how about we not waste any more time and do the roll call to see who's all in the building, man? Shout out to y'all. Shout out to Justin Wade in the building. He said, hit the like button on the way in. I appreciate that, Justin Wade. Thank you, man. Great to see you. Drehan in the building said, what up from Flint? Love the show. Thank you, man. Love that you're here, man, Drehan. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Manga King said, so I see you made mind up before the case started.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah. But we still got to go through trial. Shout out to you for being here. Shout out to Belinda or Bell, aka my sister Bell in the building, said Freezy, showing love.
No Cap-tivity.
What's up, Bell? Shout out to Luna Wolf, my dear sister Luna Wolf in the building. Great to see you, Luna. How you feeling? She said, hey, Freezy and No Cap crew.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Luna Wolf. Shout out to Reflections with Kimberly. Said, good evening, everyone.
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, Kimberly? Great to see you. Also, Corinne Mackey is here showing a lot of love per usual.
No Cap-tivity.
Negro by blood. He said, all praises to the Most High. Most definitely, all praises. Thank you for being here, bro.
No Cap-tivity.
It's good to see you. Let me see. JBK in the business says, Shalom family.
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, JBK? Shalom, Mark. Shabbat Shalom as well. Also, shout out to John Galt. John Galt said, Freezy, you need to inform your audience that it is not an all-white jury. You need to go watch the show yesterday. I've already done that. Yeah. Quite the contrary. We are fair and balanced. We're going to get the information out properly. So shout out to you, John Galt. Watched the show yesterday. I've already done that. Shout out to the Infinite One Live, said happy Friday.
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, the Infinite One Lives? Great to see you. Boot Camp, what's going on? Boot Camp said, what it do, Freezy?
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, Boot Camp? Sigma Boy, Sigma Boy said, salute, Freezy. What's going on, Sigma Boy?
Cap-tivity.
Thank you, JBK, for the super cap. I'm gonna read it shortly in 1 second. Kimberly is in the bit. She said, hi, Freezy in chat.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Kimberly. That's another real one. When Exivida speaks, I think I said that right. When Exivida speaks, LOL, it's an all-white-minded jury. No African Americans there to decide his fate. Is not a fair trial. Well, it's not an all-white jury, but it's pretty much an all-white jury. They have speckles of, I think they got like a, now as far as the 12, I don't know if they're all white. Now, they do have a Middle Eastern and an Asian, a couple of Asians or whatever, or something like that, and I think in Hispanic. But I don't know if they're all on the alternate jury because there's 6 alternate juries. I don't think we know, and I stated this yesterday, I don't think we know if the 12 juries are actually all white, or if there's a couple of those non-white people on the jury, but Asian I count as white, right? Middle Eastern I count as white. So in my mind, it's an all-white jury. I don't give a damn what they say. So yeah, so we don't know which ones are alternate, the 6 alternates, we don't know. You know, all of the non-whites could be on the 6 alternates. I don't know. So if somebody has that information, let me know. Also, shout out to Breeze Reacts in the building. Breeze Reacts says, salute Freezy and the No Cap chat.
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, Breeze Reacts? Also, shout out to my sister Shakira. Shakira said, hey, Freezy, they coaching these kids.
No Cap-tivity.
Sis, I mean, come on, sis, it's obvious. It's obvious, sis, right? Allegedly. Shout out to Shakira. You already know. Shout out to you, sis. Shout out to Riri Carruthers in the building said, Freezy, Maz, and chat.
No Cap-tivity.
What's up, Riri? Great to see you. Also, shout out to, who else is in the building? Did I say Sigma Boy? I think I said Sigma Boy already. Shout out to David in the building. David said, what up, Freezy?
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, David? Lady D said, Freezy. What's going on, Lady D?
No Cap-tivity.
She Loyal in the building, throwing up the salute. What's going on, She
No
Loyal?
Cap-tivity.
Love that name, once again. Palomino Ricky in the building said, it's a non-black jury. It's a non-black jury, so don't worry. they will be objective. Shout out to Palomino. I appreciate that,
No
man.
captivity.
My sister, Impressive Vibe in the building. Shalom sis. She said, hey, Freezy and No Cap crew. Shout out to Impressive
No
Vibe.
captivity.
Shout out to Impressive Vibe. So to put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with sharing the live stream. Put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with sharing the live stream and becoming a part of the No Cap campaign. If you're willing to share the live stream but don't know how to share the live stream, the share button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. And as soon as you hit that share button, it gives you an option to share it out to any one of your favorite social media platforms, or you can copy the link and share it out to any one of your close friends and family. Either way, for those of you who actually put a 1 in the chat and actually shares the live stream, I appreciate all of y'all, and I thank all of y'all, and I wish all of y'all $11 million in your life. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Believe it and receive it. Thank you so much. Shout out to everybody that hit that like button so far. It's 37 people hit the like button. Pretty sure we can do better than that. If you're watching the show right now, please hit the like button. If you don't like something about what we've said so far in the live stream, hit the dislike button. All right, I don't care. Hit the dislike button or the like button. I appreciate you. All right, hit the dislike button or the like button. Whether you hit the dislike button or the like button, I appreciate you, and I wish all of y'all $4 million in your life, man. Let's
subscribe, don't forget to hit that notification bell. Don't forget to hit the like and make sure you share. Thank you for coming to the channel. No Cap welcomes you all in. Don't forget to subscribe and make sure you hit that notification bell. Don't forget to like, you also share. Don't forget to like and make sure you hit that notification bell. Don't forget to like and make sure you share. Hit the like button. It's for free. It's for free. Hit the like button. Free. It's for free. Hit the like button.
Thank you to everybody that hit the like button while the video was playing. I appreciate you. As the live stream is going on, if you're compelled to hit the like button, please hit that like button. All right? It means a lot. And after the live stream is over, we hit that hype button. Hype all of the videos up. Hype all the videos up. There's 3 ways to support this platform. There's 3 ways to support this. 3 ways to support this live stream, especially if you would like to get your comments read and highlighted. The first way is by Super Cap, aka Super Chat. That's the rectangle box with the $ in the middle of it. Right down there where you type your chats. And that's how you color up the chat. That's how you leave a Super Cap, just like my brother did. Super Chat. My brother JBK for the $50 Super Cap.
No captivity.
Starting off strong. I appreciate you as always. You already know I do. Thank you, man. I really do. Because I know you don't have to, but you do. I appreciate you. He says, Shalom, family, peace, and love to everybody. I appreciate that, my brother. Thank you to my brother, JBK. He is the initial sponsor of tonight's show. Right? To be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show, it has to be $50 or more right now. Shout out to JBK. We're gonna represent for my brother, man.
Hey, hold up, wait. Do I see 5s, 10s, 20s in the place? No cap, appreciate. Cash out, cha-ching. Suka chat, cha-ching. Suka stickers, memberships. PayPal's in the building, let it rain like that. Don't forget them cities, don't forget them hundreds. Blessings coming fast, we ain't waiting on nothing. Appreciate everything that you spend. When you feel generous, run it back again. Hey. Money talk, let it float.
JBK is the initial sponsor of tonight's show with a total of $50. I appreciate you, my brother. And that's how you send the super cap. He was the first super cap of the night, and he is on the flashing no cap sponsorship board below. That's flashing below. To be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show, it's only $50 or more. $50 or more. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate you. Thank you. The second way to support the show is by Cash Cap. The Cash Cap is $Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap. Right? That's how you leave a cash cap. Who's going to be the first one to send a cash cap tonight? And also the third way is by PayPal. The PayPal is no Cap-tivity with freeze. That's no Cap-tivity with freeze without the Y. I appreciate y'all. Thank you in advance. Thank you in advance, man. Let's get it, man. Let's get it, man.
No Cap-tivity.
I do got my notifications on for the Cash Cap and the PayPal, so I will hear y'all support. I will hear y'all support, man. Thank you. What's going on, McCole? Shout out to McCole in the building. I appreciate you. Also, shout out to Tommy B in the building. He said, "What's up with blood?" I know that's you. When I see that, I know what it is. Shout out to Tommy B in the building. And shout out to everybody that put a 1 in the chat and actually shared the live stream. Thank you. Thank you, man. You don't have to. Windchime, I see you, Windchime. You can't sneak in here, Windchime. I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing the live stream, man. I appreciate y'all. Mitty Fontaine, what's up, Mitty? What's going on, Mitty? Great to see you. So today was basically day 2 of the trial where Karmelo Anthony showed up to court with his defense team and the prosecution showed up ready to go to war. And prosecution, it's their time to actually present, what they have and as far as for this case and the witnesses and everything. And I do got some updates from people that actually were there, reporters, independent bloggers and all that kind of stuff. They're there in Texas, and we're going to react to these videos. Now, this witness, the first witness that showed up, to me is kind of shaky. I ain't gonna lie, kind of shaky, man. This witness is very shaky. I'm just letting y'all know right now. Am I 100% confident that Karmelo Anthony is going to walk free, and be found not guilty? Am I 100% confident? No, I'm not 100% confident because they are fighting an uphill battle. They're in Frisco, Collins County, Texas, and just from the aura of the judge, just from the aura of that county and that area, right? Just from the aura of the school and already the witnesses that's taking the stand on behalf of Austin Metcalf, I'm telling y'all right now, I just don't got a good feeling right now. I don't have a good feeling. Now, do I still have faith in God that Karmelo is going to get past this and get through this? Yes, I do. Do I still feel like Karmelo Anthony is innocent? Yes, I do. I think that he's innocent, and I think he is innocent of defending himself. Yes, I do. Do I think that Karmelo Anthony is a murderer? No, I don't think he's a murderer. Do I still think he's a good kid, a smart kid, and he shouldn't do any prison time? Yes, I still think that. But we're gonna go over what's happening as far as with the witnesses and everything that the prosecution is bringing to the table, right? I'm telling y'all, man. Today I think I had got a little anxiety. I was just bothered, I was bothered by what I heard and everything, but we do have some other new information that's going to tie a lot of stuff in. Don't think it's just a witness. Oh no, it's natural in this trial. We're going to have good and bad news. That's just how things going to go in this trial. We're going to have good and bad news. But like I said, it's going to be a roller coaster ride. Now let's go straight over here to TikTok. How about we do that? Let's go over here to TikTok and see what's going on. Here we go.
Yeah.
Hold on, before we do that, let me check.
You can't try me, no captivity. Crazy. I know it's hard to understand me. respect me, to speak reality. I'm focused though, please don't ask where my mind be. It's about the community. When life slide, was it appreciating the way that I like give you 50 shades of me? Hell no, I'm not a saint, but God bless me. No captivity, freezy, believe me out in these YouTube streets. No captivity, freezy.
Okay, all right, so we're on TikTok right now, and I have several videos saved. Some people that actually attended this, is in attendance of this trial, and other people that have updates from people that actually attended the trial. We're going to show a few videos from TikTok. There are some interesting new findings in this trial with the witnesses and everything. Karmelo Anthony, I don't think has said anything actually yet. Karmelo Anthony has not said anything yet. What's going on, Elicino? Great to see you, Elicino. But I want y'all, let's take a look at a couple of these videos, a few of these videos, so we can be more informed on this, because it's very important that we stay informed on this Karmelo Anthony trial. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I said this already prior to the trial even happening, that no matter how this trial swings, it's gonna be case law actually developed from this trial. I'm telling y'all right now, it's gonna be case law. I think this trial is so significant, case law is gonna come from this trial. That's just how I feel. What's going on, Teddy Marcel? Great to see you, Teddy. So let's pay attention to some of these videos that we're about to look at. Here we go. Here we go. Let's
Hey there, I'm in the courtroom for the Karmelo Anthony jury trial. It's lunchtime right now. Let me go over, I think, 4 big points that kind of came across this morning. First off, there's a lot of debate going back and forth over Karmelo Anthony's emotional state as he surrendered to police and as he was in the car. Both sides are trying to characterize it the way that they want it. Karmelo Anthony's side is saying that there's a lot of
okay, so shout out to this guy. Both of them are trying to characterize it.
There, you can see that on the body camera.
Both of them are trying to characterize it the way that they want it. Shout out to this guy. Both of them are trying to characterize it the way that they want it. So I think only one side is trying to characterize it the way that they want it. And I think another side is telling the truth, right? There's got to be a truth in this. Right? I don't think that both sides are trying to characterize it the way that they want it, but I do think one side is trying to characterize it the way they want it. Here we go.
Emotional state as he surrendered to police and as he was in the car. Both sides are trying to characterize it the way that they want it. Karmelo Anthony's side is saying that there's a lot of contrition there. You can see that on the body camera, that there's some hysteria almost, some crying. And then the state's trying to show that in some instances he was kind of flat and emotionless. The defense pointed out that deadly force can be with hands, that the Metcalf boys were potentially, even if they just were using their hands, those could be considered deadly weapons.
I don't see how people can't understand that. That is self-defense. Somebody's hands can be considered deadly weapons. I don't see why nobody. I'm gonna tell y'all something, especially white people, right? They're never going to consider that when it's down to a black kid. They're not going to consider hands a weapon. Oh, he just wasn't supposed to use a knife. No, hands can be a weapon in a self-defense case. Hands can be a weapon in the self-defense case, but you know that goes out the window when it's a black kid on trial. Let's get it.
A third major point is that the folding knife in this case was found in a position that was not locked. In other words, it was folded, meaning that it was possible that Karmelo Anthony did not have the knife in a position to stab.
So that is very important. When they found the knife, the knife was not in a locked position where he had it ready to stab somebody. It was not in a locked position to where it was ready. He had it already premeditated, ready to stab somebody. It was still folded. So that's very significant. Shout out to this guy. Let's get it, man.
During the altercation. And there was the fourth point is there was a very highly emotional scene when it came to They showed Austin Metcalf receiving CPR, and his family was there. And
if you want your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap, cash cap, or PayPal. Thank you for being in the chat. I appreciate you.
And there was a lot of tears. Even one of the jurors appeared to be wiping tears away from their eyes. Stay tuned. You'll get more later. Hey there, I'm in the court.
Shout out to this guy, man. I want to replay what he said right here.
In a position that was not locked weapons. A third major point is that the folding knife in this case was found in a position that was not locked.
The folding knife was not locked. It was not locked. He did not unfold it all the way out to a locked position, which actually shows intentions that you really want to kill somebody. It was not locked. It was not folded all the way out. Right? So that even adds more to the defense, where it was happenstance that that Austin Metcalf died. He wasn't trying to kill Austin Metcalf. Let's go ahead and get you up out of here. Let's go ahead and get this guy up out of here. And we shouldn't have trusted you in the first place. This guy right here. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. The fake angry man. We shouldn't have trusted your ass in the first place when you was coming around acting like you like black people. Get your cracker ass up out of here. We're gonna get you up out of here now. Get your motherfucking ass up out of here. And they always come around in the beginning acting like they like black people. Always acting like they like black people and they cool with black people in the beginning. Get your C. Riker ass up out of here. I could tell a devil when I see one.
In other words, it was folded, meaning that it was possible that Karmelo Anthony did not have the knife in a position to stab during the altercation. And there was the fourth point is there was a very highly emotional scene when it came to, they showed Austin Metcalf receiving CPR, and his family was there, and there was a lot of tears.
Shout out to Elite Belezo. Shout out to Elite Belezo in the building. How you doing, sis? I appreciate you. Let's go to another video. Now, these videos, what they are, okay, this girl that I'm about to show y'all, she must have been watching Freezy. I'm just being honest with you. She must have been watching Freezy, because she said what I've been saying about this trial is going to turn into case law. Shout out to Breeze Reacts in the building. What's going on, Breeze Reacts? And shout out to King Rooster in the building. What's going on, King Rooster? Here we go. Shout out. Watch what this woman said.
So after following along to the second day of testimony in the Karmelo Anthony trial, y'all, it's going to come down to two things. The first thing it's going to come down to is, if you are a student, whether another student has the right to tell you to get up and leave from a location. The second thing, and I just have to be frank, is whether or not, if someone puts their hands on you by pushing you, if you then have the right to use whatever weapons or anything necessary to get them to leave you alone, including death. Now, I have to be real. We have to think of this not just about the scenario, but we have to think about this as terms of case law. If Karmelo Anthony is found not guilty, that's going to mean that if someone tells you to leave, you don't have to leave. If they are not of authority, I want to make sure I say that. Secondly, that also means if you touch anybody, they then have the right to take your life, no matter how they touch you. And if I'm being honest, that could really cause a problem. Now, let's flip it. If he is found guilty, that would mean if someone tells you to leave, you need to leave, no matter if they are authority or not. Secondly, that would also mean that if someone puts their hands on you, you cannot take their life. Y'all, I gotta be honest. It could go either way, but no matter whether or not Karmelo is found guilty or not guilty, this case law is going to be used in the future. Listen to me. Whatever happens, that's going to give anybody and everybody liberty to do whatever the case law says.
That's a fact.
Y'all, this is serious.
That's a fact. And I agree with her that this case is so significant. It is, I think it's going to create a new case law. This case is going to be a new case law. It's going to be used as case law, right? Because Karmelo was sitting there minding his own business. He wasn't bothering anybody. And for some reason, well, we know what the reason is, but after the incident, they're trying to paint him as the criminal. They're trying to paint him as the aggressor. They're trying to paint him as the premeditated murder that came there with full intent to kill somebody, when he just really came there because he seen somebody that he actually recognized that was cool with his girlfriend. I think his girlfriend's brother or something. I don't know. But he was there just innocently communicating with somebody he knew at Memorial High School. That's really what it was. So for this to actually transpire the way it is, and for people to actually be rooting for him to go to prison, I think it's got to be case law, right? It's got to be case law, because he went from a smart kid and a decorated athlete, college prospect, to, don't worry about it, a college prospect to a criminal, right? Thank you. Who is that? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate that, Tommy. Thank you. Get their ass up out of here. We are not tolerating disrespect. Either you gonna come with respect. We are not tolerating your white supremacy, your white superiority in the chat. Anybody that's displaying some white supremacy in the chat, get they pale face ass up out of here. Even if they black. I'm not with that shit. Get they ass up out of here. Even if they black, Asian, if they are displaying some white supremacy pale face bullshit, get they ass up out of here. Go strike up your own ragged ass channel that nobody want to go to with your pale face ass. But I think it is going to be case law. I think it is going to be case law. Shout out to this girl right here. Let's go. Let's see what this woman had to say.
As of June the 5th, 2026, the murder trial for Karmelo Anthony is underway in Collin County, and the jury has been hearing testimony about the fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet in April 2025. Now, latest developments say are that prosecutors argue the stabbing was unjustified murder and not self-defense. They presented witness testimony and evidence describing a dispute under a team tent that escalated into a fatal stabbing. Now, the defense maintains that...
Now, I do want to say this. If anybody just disagrees with me, they can stay in the chat, but we're not taking no disrespect. We're not turning away people that simply disagree and have their own observations on this trial. So don't just be blocking people just because they disagree. But calling names, calling us idiots, and no, we're not tolerating that. Grouping black people together, calling us idiots and that white supremacy shit, no, we're not tolerating. And you guys know how to differentiate. I appreciate y'all.
Anthony acted in self-defense during a sudden confrontation and has emphasized the size difference.
Thank you, Risa Neal. Thank you, Risa Neal, for the 30 jewels. I appreciate you. Thank you for the flowers.
Between the two teenagers. Jurors have viewed emotional evidence, including body cam footage and testimony from coaches and...
What's going on, Aries Cuisine? What's going on, Aries Cuisine? Great to see you, sis. Great to see you. Shout out to Master Kuna. Master Kuma in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. I appreciate y'all. Melody Nicole. Bridget, how you doing, Bridget? Great to see you, Bridget. Son of Judah is here. Son of Judah in the building. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. Nisha, how you doing, Nisha? Shout out to Nisha in the building. Let's see. Also, shout out to Tatum's in the building. Shout out to Tatum's. Thank you. Thank y'all for being here. Let's go.
First responders who attempted to save Metcalf's life. Witnesses described chaotic episodes and events right.
Thank you, Zola, man. Thank you for the silver star. I appreciate you. Yeah, John Galt, John Galt can live, cause John Galt ain't really saying nothing disrespectful. So do I need to, matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, John Galt can live. We can unblock John Galt. If he was blocked, he can live. He can live. He can live.
Right after the stabbing, court officials imposed heightened security and media restrictions because of the intense public attention surrounding the case. The trial status is the trial began with jury selection on June the 1st.
What's going on, Mitra? Great to see you.
And opening statements on June the 4th. Prosecutors are expected to call dozens of witnesses, and reports indicate the proceedings could continue into next week before the case goes to jury. Now, Anthony has pled not guilty and claims self-defense. If convicted of murder, he faces a lengthy prison sentence under the Texas law. Because he was 17 at the time of the incident, he is not eligible for the death penalty. My name is Tony. I report on trending topics and current events.
Okay, let's see. So this one, okay, let's hear what this woman had to say, because she gave a take and she actually spoke on the witness that took the stand. She actually spoke on the witness that took the stand.
The prosecution called 18-year-old Jalen Matthews to testify about an hour ago. He is a graduate of Memorial High School where Austin Metcalf attended. He stated his mother is the pediatrician for the Metcalf brothers. He said he knew both of the Metcalf brothers but was closer to Hunter. Matthews said that on the day of
So I want y'all to pay attention to this. This witness that hit the stand, this is a kid. This kid knew the Metcalf brothers. This kid knew the Metcalf brothers.
The prosecution called 18-year-old Jalen Matthews to testify about an hour ago.
This is the witness. I need y'all to understand what's going on. This is one of the witnesses. He's friends with the Metcalf brothers, and I think his mother is a pediatrician or a nurse.
He is a graduate of Memorial High School where Austin Metcalf attended. He stated his mother is the pediatrician for the Metcalf brothers.
There you go. Pediatrician for the it was a pediatrician for the Metcalf brothers. So this is how close these people are that's testifying on behalf of Austin Metcalf.
He knew both of the Metcalf brothers but was closer to Hunter. Matthews said that on the day of the incident, he was under the memorial tent scrolling through TikTok. He said Austin was...
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna unblock you. I'm gonna go unblock. Hold on. I'm gonna unblock John Galt. I got you, John. And shout out to Tommy B. You ain't did nothing wrong, Tommy. I'm gonna unblock John. John, he ain't did nothing egregious, so I'm gonna unblock John Galt. Hold on 1 second, y'all.
Yeah. You can't try me, no captivity. Crazy. I know it's hard to understand me. Respect me, to speak reality. I'm focused though, please don't ask where my mind be. It's about the community. When life slides, was it appreciating the way that I like give you 50 shades of me? Hell no, I'm not a saint, but God bless me. No captivity. Freezy, believe me, out in these YouTube streets. no captivity. Freezy, believe me, out in these YouTube streets. I'm tripping that stick, keep my mind in tow. I'm cleaning my step, cause my tight is tight, so tight I can't guard. Never the one smoking in, that's right, riding newly. That's good, life is a movie. Who else can speak up on that? Ooh, ooh. They know you should like, comment, subscribe, it's all be. You can't try me, no captivity. Freezy, I know it's hard to understand me. Respect me, to speak reality.
I don't see John Galt on the block list. John Galt, I don't see you on the block list. Try to write something in the chat again. I don't see you on the block list, John Galt. So, Tommy B might have unblocked you. I don't know. But yeah, I don't see you on the unblocked list.
Yeah.
It's freezing, it's freezing.
It's freezing, it's freezing, it's freezing, it's freezing.
It's freezing, it's freezing, it's freezing.
It's freezing, it's freezing, it's freezing.
It's freezing, it's freezing.
It's freezing, it's freezing, it's freezing.
It's freezing.
F-R-E-E-Z-Y. 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 No captivity, no change. You know the name, freezing, freezing, freezing. Let's go.
I'm not a sycophant, I keep it true, I stand on it. I discuss the truth, I'm not yielding, I'm stamped on it. I make moves, steady building, pressure pack talk. Shake my chamber, what on rap, real liar walk. No cap crew that the bill don't stress. Holla hate, still I don't flake.
It's freezing, it's freezing, it's freezing.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I don't see John Galt on the block list, so John, you might be unblocked, bro. So try to write something in the chat. Here we go.
The only one standing, and most brothers but was attended. He stated his mother is the pediatrician for the Metcalf brothers. He said he
What's up, DJ Genesis? What's going on?
knew both of the Metcalf brothers but was closer to Hunter. Matthew said that on the day of the incident, he was under the memorial tent scrolling through TikTok. He said Austin was the only one standing, and
Okay, Tommy B say he ain't blocked. Okay, good. All right.
most other people were sitting down. Karmelo allegedly came to the top of the tent, sat next to him on the same
Hold on, let me
closer
rewind
to
this.
Hunter.
I didn't get it.
Matthew said that on the day of the incident, he was under the memorial tent scrolling through TikTok. He said Austin was the only one standing.
Mods, I need the mods to remind everybody to support the show by either sending a super cap, Cash App, or PayPal, or to hit the like button and share. All right.
And most other people were sitting down. Karmelo allegedly came
What's going on, Class? World Class in the building. What's up, World Class? Great to see you, bro. Shout out to World Class.
to the top of the tent, sat next to him on the same bleacher, half in, half out of the bleacher. And
so here's the thing. This is very important. Did y'all hear what she had to say?
this man at the top of the tent sat next to him on the same bleacher, half in, half out of.
So this is what we found out today. Carmelo Anthony, he wasn't even sitting under the damn tent. He wasn't even sitting either completely under the tent or under the tent at all. We've had some reports where he wasn't even sitting up under the tent at all. So the big hoopla was he wasn't supposed to be up under a tent that was not his. Well, guess what? We found out today he wasn't really even up under the tent. He wasn't even up under the tent. He was just by the tent. He was near the tent. He was, and we're going to get some more reports on this. He wasn't even up under the tent. That was the big hell raise that these people were making. That was the biggest thing, the biggest problem they were making about him being up under a tent that he had no business being up under. But word is, it came out, he wasn't even up under the tent. I need y'all to understand this. This is very significant. Once again, this throws out the motive, right? This throws out the motive of the Metcalf brothers. Austin Metcalf. This throws out the motive. So why would you even approach him and step to him and get aggressive if he wasn't up under the tent?
The bleacher. And Jalen described this behavior as suspicious because it was some random kid. And he continued to explain that.
And shout out to my sister Shakira. She said, and Austin got suspended. That came out today. Yes, we was gonna get to it, sis. And Austin Metcalf was suspended.
That Anthony came out of nowhere and was not really with any friends, and it raised heads. My understanding is the tent belonged to Memorial High School. Jalen said he had never seen Karmelo before that day and that Austin first asked him to leave, describing it as a calm request. He said Anthony was serious about not moving.
So this is the witness, Jalen, that was on the stand, right? Appreciate you, Tommy. This was the witness that was on stand. He's making it seem like Austin calmly asked Carmelo Anthony to leave in a Christian, calm manner. When we already know, Hunter Metcalf told us initially that Austin Metcalf even grabbed his bag. That's how aggressive he was. So we know the witness is, in my humble opinion, the witness is not telling the whole truth.
He described Austin's...
Why? Because he's friends with the family. And his mother was the pediatrician for the Metcalf twins.
...push as enough to get Anthony out of his seat, but not to harm him.
So Jalen, the witness, is saying when Austin Metcalf pushed Carmelo Anthony, it was enough to get him up out of his seat. Well, guess what, Jalen? That was aggressive. If you push somebody out of a seat on some bleachers, on some metal bleachers, guess what? You can severely harm someone. If you push them hard enough to where they leave their seat and they go, you can harm, yes, you can kill somebody like that. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. But as you can see, Jalen, the witness, the way he's presenting it, he pushed him enough to get him up out of the seat. But, he didn't mean any harm. It wasn't enough to harm him. Yes, it was. You're double talking, Jalen. You're double talking.
The witness continued to say Carmelo's back was to him when the poke happened. Matthews said he did not know about the poking until he saw Austin at the bottom of the bleachers with a wound. Jalen testified.
And here's another thing that nobody ever thought of yet. Here's another thing nobody thought of. Did anybody think that the reason why the knife was able to puncture Austin Metcalf that deeply was because of his forward momentum as he leaned in so harshly to push him out of his seat? When he leaned in like that, that could have added to the forward momentum. That could have added to it. It's not the fact that that Carmelo Anthony used all of his might to stab Austin Metcalf. No, when he leaned in to push him aggressively out of his seat. And it wasn't just pushing him, he grabbed him. He put him in a forward grabbing motion and got him up out of his seat. When he leaned in, that could have been a big deciding factor on how deep the knife went in. I hope that the defense actually uses this logic during the trial. I hope he does.
That Hunter never joined the conversation and that it appeared Anthony wanted to start the fight. The prosecutor asked Jalen these questions. Did this look like self-defense to you? And he continues to ask these questions.
Thank you. And shout out to Jess Vanna in the building. Exactly, Jess Vanna. Especially for someone that's epileptic. We found out that Carmelo Anthony is epileptic as well. He's epileptic as well. Shout out to you, Jess Vaughn. I appreciate you.
And these were Jalen's answers, according to NBC.
So let's blow this up. So let me pull this down a little bit. Okay. So I want y'all to see this right here. This is actually the prosecution asking questions. And then I think the defense is going to ask questions to the witness as well. The prosecution asked these questions to the witness, and then the defense had their turn for cross-examination, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So let's read what happened in court today. So the prosecution asked the witness, did this look like self-defense to you, Jalen? The prosecution asked. Jalen Matthews said, no, sir. This didn't look like self-defense. Was there any threatening talk from Karmelo Anthony to Austin Metcalf? The prosecution asked the witness. The witness said, no, sir. It didn't look like Karmelo Anthony was threatening Austin Metcalf. So he admitted that it did not look like Karmelo Anthony was threatening Austin Metcalf. This is pivotal. This is pivotal. The witness that is friends with the Metcalf twins said that it didn't seem like it was threatening talk. It was threatening talk from Karmelo Anthony to Austin Metcalf. That is very important. Also, the prosecution asked, was there any threatening talk from Metcalf to Karmelo Anthony? The witness said, no, sir. So, of course, the witness is going to say no because he's friends with them. He's friends with the Metcalf twins. Let's use our common sense. If y'all don't think that's a factor, I don't know what to tell you. That means that you're just completely being biased and you really just want to see Karmelo Anthony fry. If that was my homeboy, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be like, nah, my homeboy, he wasn't threatening such and such. That's what I'm going to say. Because I grew up with my homeboy and my mama was their nurse. Right? Also, the prosecution asked, was Anthony the aggressor? Was Anthony the aggressor? The prosecution asked. Matthews, who was the witness, said, yes, sir, Anthony was the aggressor. Of course he's going to say that. It helps the Austin Metcalf family. It helps them. Also, they asked, did Karmelo Anthony provoke Austin Metcalf in your opinion? The prosecution asked. Shout out to House of Hypocrites in the building. What's going on, House of Hypocrites?
No Cap-tivity.
He said, what's crazy is all Austin friends gonna frame Karmelo. Yep, we already know that. Already know that. Shout out to Craft Geek in the building giving a high five. Shout out to everybody giving jewels, man. Shout out to everybody giving jewels tonight. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to y'all giving jewels. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to What in the World. I see you, What in the World. Shout out to you. Shout out to McCole for the silver star. Thank you for the jewels. Here we go. Let's keep going.
Reportedly, Jalen Matthews agreed Anthony seemed normal and friendly when he first sat down. Allegedly, there was talk under the tent, who is this guy? And that Austin stood up and asked Anthony to leave 10 to 15 times. He said approximately 4 to 5 minutes passed from the time Austin first asked Anthony to leave to when the poking happened. Follow me for more true crime headlines.
Okay.
Hey there, I'm in the courtroom.
So she gave a good take, and she was that woman that we just seen. I like the information that she gave. So let's look at this young lady and see what she had to say. Here we go.
Defense Attorney Toby Shook said, I'm absolutely not the one to play with. Do go ahead and do me a favor and get down off of the bench and let's recreate the scene. Make sure your money go where it's supposed to go, okay? If you missed that, start over. Now, he says Karmelo Anthony is sitting down with his backpack on his lap. Now, all of...
Hold on. Let me see. Are y'all already on it? Okay, let's go ahead and block this person right here. Let's just go ahead and block them. When y'all see them funny ass names, just go ahead and block them. I'll do it. I'm gonna just block them so y'all can see what I'm talking about. I just go ahead and block them. Just go ahead and block them. Shout out to Mitty Fontaine for the 1,000 jewels. Thank you, Mitty Fontaine, for the 1,000 jewels. I appreciate you.
No Cap. Cap-tivity.
Thank you for the 1,000 Jews, Midi Fontaine. I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you. Here we go.
The other conversation has taken place at this exact moment where he is sitting with the backpack on his lap, okay? Sitting down. All right. He says Austin is directly in front of him, standing up. He says that is when Austin puts his hands on the shoulders to push him, shove him, however you would like to use that verbiage, to push him. At the exact same time he is pushing him back, Karmelo inserts his hand into the bag. He reaches up and stabs. That is why he got stabbed in his heart. He is standing over him to push him. He's leaning back.
Do y'all see this? So let me rewind it a little bit.
In his heart.
Let me show y'all. This will let you know my theory is close to being correct. Let me rewind it a little bit. My theory is close to being correct. So Karmelo, he didn't have this forward motion, right? He didn't have this forward motion like people were suggesting in the beginning. Like, he didn't do this. Carmelo Anthony did not do this. This is very important. He did not do this. When Austin Metcalf leaned forward to push him up out of the seat and grab him and get him up out the seat, he leaned over and the knife was pointing up. It wasn't even in a locked position. It was pointing up. It was pointing up. And obviously, Austin Metcalf leaned into the knife. He leaned into the knife like this. That is what caused the momentum to go into his chest. That is my observation. Shout out to Chalk. Shout out to Chalk for the sun balloon. Thank you for the sun balloon, Chalk. I appreciate you. Let's get back to it. Here we go.
To push him, shove him, however you would like to use that verbiage, to push him. At the exact same time he is pushing him back, Karmelo inserts his hand into the bag. He reaches up and stabs. That is why he got stabbed in his heart. He is standing over him to push him. He's leaning back. He grabs in, stabs. Austin falls back. He gets up and runs. It is.
Thank you, McCole. Thank you, McCole. I appreciate you.
Also being said that the people underneath the tent, I'm not sure how many specific people, it was more than one person, did call Carmelo Anthony's bluff.
Why is this important? Why is this important? He didn't viciously try to kill anybody. He was in a vulnerable position, and all he was trying to do was hurt Austin Metcalf enough to get him up off of him. But the knife consequentially ended up going deeper than Carmelo thought it was going to go or intended for it to go, because Austin Metcalf leaned forward trying to push him very hard out of his seat. I hope that the defense takes advantage of this. I hope the defense takes advantage of this.
He had something in.
Hold on. Shout out to our sister, Craft Geek. This is only the second super chat of the night, man. I'm pretty sure we can do better than that, y'all. Pretty sure we can do better than that. Shout out to Craft Geek. Thank you for the $5. She said support for the work. Good job, bro. Thank you, sis.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you. Only the second super chat of the night. I'm pretty sure we can do better than that with the support. We are. We're keeping information. We're keeping everybody updated. I appreciate y'all. I don't think we have a super cap yet either tonight. The super cap is $ Freezy no cap. That's $ Freezy no cap. That is the super cap. It's up top. $ Freezy no cap. And also the PayPal is no Cap-tivity with freeze. That's no Cap-tivity with freeze without the Y. I appreciate y'all. Let's get it.
So he is stating that they called his bluff. Not just they didn't believe him.
Thank you, B. Bill.
They called his bluff.
Thank you, B. Bill
Those
Sr.
are his words. If you have any confusion.
So they're saying they called his bluff. They called his bluff. They instigated him. Carmelo was not trying to hurt anyone. They called his bluff. When Karmelo was saying, hey, just don't touch me, bro. And when he was reaching in his bag, they was trying to call his bluff. They called his bluff and they was saying, nah, this Frisco, you ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing. And they still punched him and pushed him and grabbed him. That's very important.
Again, find the block button. I am not the one to provide any additional clarity for you.
Facts.
Have the day you deserve. I am.
Facts. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see what this young lady got to say. Thank you, Elite Belezo. I appreciate you. Shout out to Elite Belezo for the $20 super cap. I appreciate you, Elite Belezo. Elite Belezo, you know we got to do a video for you, sis. You already know we got to do a video for you. Shout out to Elite Belezo.
You trying to support No Cap?
Hold on. Let's go back to the main screen so she can see it. Shout out to Elite Belezo.
You trying to support No Cap?
Yeah. Keep throwing the dough. Yeah. Spend that cash. Support the show. Facts. Lights don't run on hope. No.
Shout out to Elite Belezo for the $20. She already knows she gets a video. And we're going to represent for the ladies.
20s in the place, no cap, appreciate. Cash app, super chat, super stickers, memberships, PayPal's in the building, let it rain like that. Don't forget the 50s, don't forget them hundreds. Blessings coming fast, we ain't waiting on nothing. Appreciate everything that you spend. When you feel generous, run it back again. Cash app, money talk, let it flow.
Shout out to you, Elite Belezo. I appreciate you. Also, shout out to DIDR for the $10. Thank you, DIDR, for the $10. What DIDR said? Always down to support my fellow brother. Salute, Freezy. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you.
Tap it, make it happen. Cash app on deck, yeah, we keep it active. Super chat live when the combo gets deep.
Shout out to DIDR. Appreciate you. And also shout out to my sister, Luna Wolf, for the first cash cap of the night. She said, thank you, Freezy, for all you do. Thank you, sis.
Cap-tivity.
Thank you for the $5 cash cap. I appreciate you. All right, let's get back to it. Let's see what this young lady has to say. Here we go.
I'm outside of the courthouse, you guys. Things have been kind of chill out here, except for one incident. There was a vehicle that threw some food and drinks on some Carmelo Anthony supporters. We are getting information from inside the courtroom out here to us. They did play the body cam for the jury that showed.
So did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Now the protesters that are outside of the courthouse, once again, media has been trying to paint a picture that the black folk were the ones that's interrupting people. The black folk are the ones that's causing a disturbance. The black folk are the ones that's being ignorant out there in front of the courthouse protesting. But from what we just found out, there were a group of white people that actually threw food and drinks on the black folk that's out there protesting. Go figure. Let me rewind this for y'all so y'all can hear what she had to say again.
I'm outside of the courthouse, you guys. Things have been kind of chill out here, except for one incident. There was a vehicle that threw some food and drinks on some Carmelo Anthony supporters.
Threw food and drink on Carmelo Anthony supporters. But they've been demonizing the black folk. But nobody has reported on that. Shout out to this woman. That's why I said all white people ain't bad, right? All conservatives ain't bad. And all black people ain't good. But we know the kind we gonna keep your ass blocked over here. But shout out to this woman right here for telling the truth.
We are getting information from inside the courtroom out here to us. They did play the body cam for the jury that showed the EMS workers working on Austin Metcalf. Hunter could be heard in the background saying, "That's my brother. That's my best friend." They reporters said that the family, you could hear them audibly crying in the courthouse as this footage was being shown to the jury. Another officer did testify. He was the one that found the weapon that was used in this. They did.
Now, they showed the body cam footage of Karmelo Anthony when the officer met up with him right after the stabbing. Karmelo Anthony, the body cam footage showed that Karmelo Anthony was very remorseful and he was crying. And he was crying. Profusely crying. Does that display the characteristics of a cold-blooded murderer?
This one here for the thug.
Does that display the characteristics of a person that intended to come out there and murder someone? Karmelo Anthony was crying. Terribly crying. Because he was very disturbed. Why? Because he didn't even want any of this to happen. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. It's free. It's free. The like button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. Thank you. He was crying. Shout out to my brother, Mr. Beans TV in the building. Shout out to Mr. Beans TV. And shout out to the Pod Mob. Shout out to Lil Podcast. I know him as Lil Pod. I'm going to still call him Lil Pod. I'm calling him Kaz. Shout out to Cass in the building.
Say that the pointed edge of it was 3.5 inches long. They said they found it a few bleachers up and then covered it with a tarp.
So let's throw out that it was illegal to have a knife. It was not illegal. Let's throw that out too. It wasn't illegal to have a knife, please. The knife was under 5 inches long. It was not illegal to have a knife. Damn what the schools say. According to the law, it was not illegal to have a knife.
To stop the rain from washing away any evidence. On cross-examination, the defense asked the officer if Karmelo Anthony seemed remorseful or emotional at the time that he detained him.
Shout out to Lifetime in the building.
He said that he struggled to answer the question and then finally did say yes.
Okay, so the resource officer took the stand and they asked him, was he emotional? Was Karmelo Anthony emotional? They said the resource officer struggled to answer the question. He was reluctant to answer the question, but guess what? Shout out to the resource officer because he signed up to tell the truth. And guess what he ended up doing? Telling the truth. Yes, Karmelo Anthony did seem remorseful. Yes, he was. He looked very remorseful. That's what the resource officer said.
It seems like it is very, very emotional in there right now with the family having to see that video of what happened to Austin. They did say that Karmelo Anthony has been watching very intensively and taking notes, and so I'm sure emotions are very, very high inside the courtroom today. We don't know when the students are going to testify that witnessed this. We do know the judge is going to hold court tomorrow on Saturday, so we will be doing that. But for right now, I've just been hanging out in the parking lot, hoping things remain calm and there's no further disruptions or altercations between people.
Yeah, well, people throwing food and drinks on Karmelo Anthony supporters, that's crazy. This was the first woman I heard report on that. But the whole time they've been demonizing black folk. Black Karmelo Anthony supporters.
But I'm going to continue recording out here and I'll keep you guys updated.
If you haven't been following the Karmelo Anthony murder trial out of Texas, you got to pull up a chair because this case is heartbreaking and needs to be explored. So rewind back to April 2025, where we are at a high school track meet in Frisco, Texas. You got two 17-year-old student athletes, Karmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf, and there was a sudden confrontation under one of the team's tents. Minutes later, Austin is fatally stabbed in the chest. Now, the trial is officially underway, and both sides, they are telling completely different stories. The prosecution...
They're telling completely different stories. They're telling completely different stories. Somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. Who is lying? Who is lying? Well, we know they've already tried to show the video, and the video has shown the truth. Now, we're going to talk about this video. We're going to talk about this video, right? This video that several people have seen clearly, but for some reason in court yesterday, they're saying it still wasn't all the way clear, right? The video is in 4K. Let me tell y'all something. This trial is crazy. The video is in 4K, but they said for some reason they didn't have a 4K TV, so they had to show it on a lesser resolution TV, and it wasn't as clear as it should have been. They playing games in court. They playing games. But shout out to the defense. Shout out to Karmelo Anthony's defense. He said that they're going to actually make sure they get a 4K TV in court to make sure the video is shown properly. So shout out to Karmelo Anthony's defense.
Karmelo basically taunted Austin into a fight and then plunged a knife into his chest, calling it totally unprovoked and senseless. Now, the defense, they are screaming self-defense. They argue that Austin and his twin brother were way bigger than Karmelo, and that Austin actually shoved Karmelo first after telling him to get out of their school's tent. And they're saying that it was a split-second reaction born out of pure fear. Now, Karmelo, he's being tried as an adult and faces up to life in prison, but not the death penalty. You got surveillance video that was just played in court, but it didn't clearly capture the actual stabbing. So witness testimony, that's going to be extremely crucial in this case. And in the end, the jury's going to have to decide, was it a case of unprovoked first-degree murder or a tragic split-second act of self-defense?
Of course, it was a tragic split-second act of self-defense. Of course, that's what it was. Come on, man. Come on. All they do is lie, man.
That's all you do.
That's all they be doing.
You rap.
Shout out to the super caps that's coming in. I appreciate you. Shout out to Bridget for her $5 super cap for the money. Shout out to Bridget. Thank you, sis. You know I appreciate you. I really do. Also, shout out to Lifetime for the $5. Lifetime said, Freezy, great job. This is Riri Carruthers. Oh, really? Shout out to Riri. Lifetime Riri. Shout out to Lifetime Riri.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, Riri. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let's see if we can find a couple more videos. Let's see. Here we go. Say having trouble. Let's click it again. Here
Let's talk about it for a second. And don't get in my comments about black or white, because this is not a black and white issue. This is about justice and receiving justice for an act that this person has done, which is Karmelo Anthony. He is being charged with murder. He should not be charged with murder. However, if I was on the jury, I would charge him, if applicable, with a lesser charge, which will be called criminally negligent homicide. That is when someone unintentionally harm someone by not using their logic or thinking and unintentionally killing them and causing their death. That is what Karmelo Anthony is guilty of. He is guilty of criminally negligent homicide, not murder.
So this young lady is saying he's definitely not guilty of first-degree murder. He's definitely not guilty of second-degree murder. She's saying if Karmelo Anthony is guilty of anything, he's guilty of criminally negligent homicide, right? Which is a lesser charge. Criminally negligent homicide, which is what she's saying the prosecution should have charged Karmelo Anthony with initially from the jump. Not no damn first-degree murder, all right? Not no damn first-degree murder. Now, I want to show y'all this right here. I want to show y'all. This is very important right here, what I'm about to show y'all. Now, this is just words, and we're going to read this from the court. This is just a slideshow, but this slideshow that I'm going to show y'all is a very important slideshow, and I want you guys to pay attention to this slideshow, stating what the witnesses actually said in court. I want y'all to see. We're going to go through this slideshow. Here we go. Let me make sure I can. Okay, there we go. So right here it says, today, Friday, June 5th, 2026, defense and prosecution teams continued going over witness testimony and evidence in the Karmelo Anthony case. Here we go. Let's keep going. Right here it says around 1:30 p.m. Central Time, the state called another young witness to the stand. The witness, an 18-year-old Memorial High School graduate, was competing in the track meet on April 2nd, 2025. For this coverage, I will refer to him as the 18-year-old witness. Let's keep going. The 18-year-old witness testified that he found it suspicious that Karmelo Anthony was near the team's tent. He was not in the tent. Come on. We gotta grab hold of this. We gotta grasp what's going on. He was not actually all the way up under the tent. He was near the tent. He was near the tent, not all the way up under the tent. And why did he go to the tent? He seen a friend. He seen somebody that he knew. That was the whole reason why he actually stepped closer to the tent. This is very important. Let's keep reading. Hold on. Let me go back. Okay, suspicious that was near the tent. According to the witness, Anthony came out of nowhere. Here we go. The witness told jurors that he could not recall any conversations between Anthony and the friend Anthony was visiting in the Memorial High School track tent. So the witness who went to Memorial High School is actually witnessing that Karmelo Anthony was talking to a friend at Memorial High School, but he can't recall the conversations. No, we just need you to confirm that he was actually talking to a friend under the tent. Now, I used to say this last year, there was a friend, but people was telling me there wasn't a friend. That's hearsay. He wasn't up under that tent talking to a friend. He was not up under that tent talking to a friend. He was there to antagonize Memorial High School students, and that is not true. Shout out to Blue for the 10 jewels. Thank you for the 10 jewels, Blue. So now we know definitely he was there because he seen a friend up under the tent that went to Memorial High School. Let's read along. According to the witness, when Austin Metcalf told Anthony to leave the tent, Anthony wasn't going to budge, quote unquote. Anthony wasn't going to budge. The witness also recalled hearing Metcalf tell Anthony, "You don't have anything in that backpack. It's Frisco." So that's the bluff. That's the bluff they were calling. They tried to call Karmelo Anthony's bluff. You don't have anything in that backpack. It's Frisco. So shout out to the witness. The witness also recalled hearing Austin Metcalf tell Karmelo Anthony, "You don't, quote unquote, you don't have anything in that backpack. It's Frisco." So guess what? Austin Metcalf could have saved his own life. He could have saved his own life and not even proceeded to aggress Karmelo Anthony. He could have took that as a warning and said, "Hey, you know what? Let me just go get somebody." The reason why Austin Metcalf really didn't want to go get a real school official to remove Karmelo Anthony, because there was no need to remove Karmelo Anthony because he was not up under the tent. Let me say it again. The reason why Austin Metcalf did not go get anybody to remove a school official to remove Karmelo Anthony, why? Because there was no need to, because Karmelo Anthony was not under the tent. That was the argument the whole time. from Austin Metcalf supporters. That was the main argument. He had no business up under the tent, and he was not up under the tent. Let's keep reading along. The 18-year-old witness testified that Anthony's back was facing him, so he did not actually see the stabbing occur. It was so quick, I didn't know what had happened, the witness told jurors. Let's read along. The witness also testified that Hunter Metcalf, Austin's twin brother, was never involved in the heated exchange. See, this is why I say somebody's lying. This is why I say somebody's lying, because even Hunter Metcalf himself said that he was right there with his brother, and he even questioned Karmelo, why was he under their tent? He even questioned Karmelo Anthony, why was he under the tent? So somebody's lying. Let's keep reading along. Prosecutor Bill Worsk then asked the witness, did it, quote unquote, did it look like Anthony wanted to pick a fight? Of course, the witness said, yes. Prosecutor Worsk then asked, did it look like Austin Metcalf wanted to pick a fight? The witness responded, no. The prosecutor asked the witness, did it look like Karmelo Anthony wanted to pick a fight? The witness responded, yes. Even though Karmelo Anthony was sitting down. Minding his own business. There initially to talk to a friend that went to the school. Then the prosecutor asked the witness, did it look like Austin Metcalf was there to pick a fight? The witness answered no. Different stories, y'all. Somebody lying. Somebody lying. Who's lying? I mean, this is so obvious. They're just trying to paint this picture that Austin Metcalf was just this cordial, polite student, underage student who politely went over to Karmelo and say, hey, could you please remove yourself from up under our tent? That's a lie, because he was never fully up under the tent. And then we know it's another lie because Hunter Metcalf said that they had grabbed his bag. They grabbed Karmelo Anthony's bag. So how was Karmelo the aggressor? Can somebody please use their common sense? Shout out to True Bleed in the building. Can somebody please use their common sense sometime? Shout out to Pastor in the building. But we knew this was going to happen, right? This is what Karmelo Anthony is up against. Let's read along. The 18-year-old witness also testified that Anthony's backpack was open and that Anthony had his right hand inside of it. Okay, let's keep going. Let's read along. Prosecutor Worsk then asked, does this look like self-defense to you? The witness replied, no, sir. The prosecutor followed up by asking, did Karmelo Anthony provoke Austin Metcalf? The witness answered yes. Y'all see where this is going, right? Y'all see where this is going, right? They're painting a picture, and listen, all we know, prosecution could have they could have tampered with the, allegedly, this is just, my observation. They could have actually influenced these kids. These are underage kids that went to that high school. Some of them might be 18 now, right? But these kids are very impressionable, and they go to Memorial High School. They went to go to Memorial High School, probably still do. They're very impressionable. of course they're going to paint a picture for their peer, Austin Metcalf. I mean, we can see this coming a mile away. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. During cross-examination, defense attorney Mike Howard, so this is Karmelo Anthony's defense attorney. Defense attorney Mike Howard asked the witness whether it had been raining heavily that day. So last year, a lot of people were saying it wasn't raining at all. It was just lightly sprinkling. It wasn't raining. Was it raining heavily that day? Let's see what they had to say. Then Howard then approached the witness with a transcript of a prior statement. According to the transcript, the witness had previously stated that Anthony told a joke. So this witness, shout out to attorney Mike Howard. Shout out to defense attorney Mike Howard. He presented a transcript to the same witness prior to last year, where this witness actually said that the way Anthony responded, he just told a joke. He told a joke. Now they're saying he was the aggressor. He was the provocateur. Right? But at the time they said he just told a joke and he was just joking. Like he wasn't serious at all. Karmelo Anthony told a joke. This is what the witness said from Memorial High School. Defense attorney Howard then approached the witness with a transcript of a prior statement. According to the transcript of a prior statement, the witness had previously stated that Anthony told a joke. So was Karmelo Anthony furious, and was he demonic, and did he have intentions on killing someone? No. He was joking around. He was talking to his friend. He wasn't even expecting for the Metcalf twins and other people to approach him. He wasn't expecting this to happen. He was just joking. Let's keep going. Let's read on. Shout out to One Leak in the building. What's up, Malika? Let's keep going. The witness later testified that Metcalf pushed Anthony using what he described as a lineman move. Do y'all know what that was? Explaining it as an inward and upward motion. For you to do a lineman move. Do y'all know what a lineman move is? Let me show y'all what a lineman move. So a lineman move is you grab somebody by the chest, you grab them and you lift them up and you push them out. You push them back. The only way you can grab them, right? Let me show you. The only way you can grab them as an inward and upward motion is if you do this. You have to actually grab them inward and upward. You grab them inward and you lift them up. And you throw them. That's what Austin Metcalf did. It was a lineman move in the bleachers can severely hurt you. Yes, it can. That's what the witness from Memorial High School said. I need y'all to pay attention. And then the court broke for recess. Okay, we got one more. We got one more slideshow. So right here it says, today, Friday's defense prosecutors continue going over witness testimony and evidence in the Karmelo Anthony case. Here we go. Around 1 p.m. Central Time, the state called its first young witness to the stand because the witness is a minor. Their identity is being held. For this update, I will be referring to them as the young witness. Okay, let's keep going. The young witness is a track athlete, blah, blah, blah. The young witness a track athlete at Memorial High School, testified that it was pouring down, raining at first. It was pouring down, raining at first, okay? So it was actually pouring down. Would I want my kid to stand in pouring down rain to catch pneumonia? Especially when his school didn't even have a tent up? No. Would a decent person, would a decent human being allow a student, another student to be up under their tent, even though Karmelo Anthony was not up under their tent? Even if Karmelo Anthony was under their tent, would a decent person allow another student to stay up under the tent so they won't catch pneumonia, so they won't catch a cold, so they won't get soaking wet? A decent person would let that person stay up under the tent. But if you're a bigot and you're hateful and you're a racist, you would more than likely be disgruntled about that person being even near your tent, which is what happened. Let's keep going. The witness told jurors that they saw Karmelo Anthony greet another Memorial High School student with a dap up. So he was friendly. He was friendly. The witness testified that they told Karmelo Anthony to leave the tent and also recall Austin Metcalf telling Anthony to leave. So several people was trying to get him to leave, even the witness. According to the witness, Anthony responded by saying, "Touch me and find out." So we do have discrepancies in what Anthony said, but we're going to get into that later. So right here, it says the young witness testified that Anthony was asked to leave the tent approximately 15 times. I don't know about that. The witness also stated that no one attempted to mob up on him and described the physical contact that followed as minor pushing. So that lasted for a couple of minutes. So it was minor pushing. Y'all, this is getting worse and worse, man. This is getting worse and worse. The lies are getting worse and worse. So first it was a lineman move. First it was a lineman move inward and outward. Then the witness on the stand is saying it was minor pushing that lasted for 2 minutes. The pushing lasted for 2 minutes. So Karmelo allowed them to push him around for 2 minutes. So do you really think it was minor pushing for 2 minutes? Do you think somebody could actually do a lineman move and get you up out of your seat and this goes on for 2 minutes and it's minor? And it's minor for 2 minutes. I'm giving you guys what the witness said. This is not my words. The witness said it lasted. The minor pushing lasted for 2 minutes. That's a long time. Actually, it said a couple of minutes. Let me go back. Lasted for a couple of minutes. So a couple of minutes, let me show y'all. So a couple of minutes could have been 3 or 4 minutes. A couple of minutes could have been 3 or 4 minutes. Y'all can't see the bottom, so let me take a screenshot so I can show y'all the bottom. This is the bottom so y'all can see it. Do y'all see that? This is the bottom. Physical contact that followed as minor pushing that lasted for a couple of minutes. So it wasn't 2 minutes. I stand corrected. It was a couple of minutes. This is what you got. This is what I was seeing on the bottom because I don't know if you guys can see the bottom. A couple of minutes is a long time to be pushed around. A long time. Shout out to Jerome in the house. What's up, Jerome? Let's keep going. The young witness told jurors that both Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony appeared angry and aggressive. Let's read along. The witness also testified that it did not appear that Metcalf wanted to fight. Do y'all see they're going out their way to paint this picture that Austin Metcalf was so gentle and he didn't want to fight, but yet he's doing lineman moves and pushing Karmelo around for a couple of minutes. Oh yeah, Bell, they're not even telling the truth about him being punched. We ain't even gotten into that yet, but obviously Memorial High School students are going out their way to angelize Austin Metcalf, right? To paint a harmless character, to paint a harmless picture of Austin Metcalf, right? The witness also testified that it did not appear that Metcalf wanted to fight. According to the witness, Anthony had his hand inside a backpack that was resting in his lap. The witness said they believed it was a bluff and did not think Anthony actually had anything inside the backpack. So I'm gonna tell y'all what's going on. See, smart people can actually read between the lines. They kept pushing him because they did not believe he had anything in his backpack. The pushing lasted for a couple of minutes. They continued to rough him up for a couple of minutes because they didn't believe he had anything in his backpack. That's basically what the witness is saying. Let's read along. This is very important. I need y'all to pay attention. At one point during testimony, the witness stated Austin leans in and push him. So they've already been pushing him for a couple of minutes. They've already been punching him and pushing him around for a couple of minutes. Right? And then the witness said at one point, Austin leans in. Remember, that's when the knife hit him in the chest when he leaned in. Austin leans in to push him and Karmelo stabs him. Was Karmelo Anthony trying to viciously stab him and kill him? No. Obviously, Austin Metcalf met his demise because partly because he leaned into the knife. He leaned into it. When asked to describe the push, the witness testified that it was neither a light shove nor a hard shove, saying it was in between. Let me show y'all this bullshit, man. Because I need y'all to see this. Because this is where the bullshit come in at. This is where the bullshit come in at. I need y'all to see this right here. The witness testified that it was neither a light shove nor a hard shove. Do y'all see how much they're going out their way not to say that they was trying to kick Karmelo Anthony's ass? If it wasn't a light shove or a hard shove, what was it, sir? It wasn't a light shove, but oh yeah, it wasn't a hard shove either. Yeah, it wasn't a light shove, but it wasn't a hard shove either. You know, just in case y'all try to charge me for perjury. So we know it wasn't a light shove. If it wasn't a light shove, it was a hard shove.
Yeah, we're here for the thug.
See how they're playing semantics? Do you see how they're playing semantics? They're trying so hard to protect Austin Metcalf. Like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see what's going on. Let's keep reading. The witness also testified that Hunter Metcalf was at the bottom of the tent and was not really involved in the altercation and was not really involved. He was at the bottom of the tent. Well, guess what, witness? You're lying, witness, because even Hunter Metcalf said that he was right there, and he was the first one to ask Karmelo who was he and asked him to move. Obviously, he was right there, right by Karmelo, because he said it. I think I can comfortably say the witnesses are lying on the stand to protect Austin Metcalf. To protect Austin, because by Hunter Metcalf's own account, he said that he made contact with Karmelo first. He was right there. He made contact with Karmelo first. Should we play the tape again? Should we play the news report again? The news interview? They're lying on the stand. They're committing perjury, allegedly, for Austin Metcalf. The witness also testified that Hunter Metcalf was at the bottom of the tent and was not really involved. What does that mean? Not really involved. Was he either he was involved or not involved in the altercation? According to the witness, only a small number of people were involved. Only a small number of people were involved. So that means more than Austin Metcalf was involved. See how they're trying to gloss it up? Only a small, what was that small number? 4, 5 people? On one? Was it 4 on one or 5 on one? How many people was it? This is ridiculous, y'all. This is ridiculous. Shout out to my sister Mitra for her $2 super chat. She says, someone coaching the kids. Exactly. The lies are too much. Exactly.
No Cap-tivity.
Someone is definitely coaching these kids. But you know what? I'm going to tell you something. It's so many kids. If they are coaching the kids, someone is going to be bound to have conflicting stories. If Mike Howard, if the defense attorney is smart enough, which I do believe he is, he will catch them in their lies. I'm pretty sure they're recording this and documenting everything that's been said from these witnesses. And they're going to show contradiction. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. A small number of people. Let's keep reading. Let's read along. The young witness recalled that after Anthony stabbed Metcalf, Metcalf fell backward onto the bleachers. The witness testified that Metcalf lifted his shirt and said, "Oh my God." Let's read along. The witness further testified that Anthony was outside the He wasn't even partially in the tent. Anthony was outside the tent. Let me blow this up for y'all. Let me blow this up for y'all. Karmelo Anthony was outside the tent. Karmelo Anthony was outside. Let me repeat again. I repeat. Karmelo Anthony was not inside the tent. The witness further testified that Karmelo Anthony was outside the tent during the altercation. If Karmelo Anthony was not totally inside the tent, why did this take place in the first place? Everybody that's been that's been defending Austin Metcalf and whoever else was with Austin Metcalf, your whole argument just went out of the window.
I'm at the girl.
Your whole argument just went out the window. Your whole argument just went out the window. Why? Because your main argument was he had no business up under that tent. He had no business sitting up under another school tent. He should have left when they told him to. No, he was just sitting by the tent. He wasn't even all the way up under the tent. He was sitting on bleachers that nobody owned. No school owned. He was sitting on, let me repeat this. He was sitting on bleachers that no school owned. And he wasn't even all the way up under the tent. I have a silent moment I have to have a silent moment after saying that so that can soak into anybody that's listening. I just need this to soak into everybody that's watching this show. And shout out to all everybody that came over from Facebook. Shout out to y'all. If you came over from Facebook, put a 1 in the chat. Shout out to y'all. Make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell. Also, it says the witness further testified that Anthony was outside the tent during the altercation. Prosecutor Bill Worsk then asked the witness, did Austin deserve to get stabbed? Come on, man. The witness replied, no, sir. Worsk then asked, was Austin Metcalf the aggressor? The witness again replied, no, sir. Do you see how consistent Memorial High School students are by saying Austin Metcalf was not the aggressor? Do y'all see the pattern that's going on? I definitely think, I don't know this to be fact, allegedly, I definitely think that these kids are being coached. I think that these kids are being coached by the prosecution, probably not. By the coaches or the staff at the school? More than likely. Does the prosecution have a connection with the coaches at the school? More than likely. Do you see the connection of the dots? Do y'all see the connection? Did the prosecution coach them into lying? Probably not. There's a possibility. But is it more of a possibility that the coaches at that school coach them? And were the coaches, was it a strong possibility that the coaches were in communication with the prosecutors? A strong possibility. That's Collin County. That's Frisco. Let's keep going. During cross-examination, the defense attorney, Toby, this is another defense attorney working for Mike Howard for the Karmelo Anthony family. During cross-examination, the defense attorney, Toby Shook, questioned the young witness about Anthony and a friend being outside the Memorial High School tent. Let's keep going. Shook asked, what is wrong with that? The young witness responded that it was because of the proximity to the tent. The witness said, so I need, are y'all paying attention? I need y'all to keep up with me. I need y'all to please keep up with me. This is very important. Okay? So the defense attorney asks, what is wrong with Karmelo Anthony being near the tent? What is wrong? And the young witness responded that it was because of their proximity to the tent. It wasn't that he was up under the tent. He was in proximity to the tent, man. Karmelo Anthony was in proximity to the tent. Now, everybody that's been taken up for the Metcalf and saying that they had jurisdiction to put their hands on Karmelo Anthony. Do you think they had jurisdiction to put their hands on Karmelo Anthony? Do you think they had jurisdiction to ask Karmelo Anthony to move even though he wasn't up under the tent? Or even all the way up, even not partially. Right? Let's just go with that. He was in proximity to the tent. Are y'all getting this? Shout out to Miss Sheila in the building. Are y'all getting this? He was in proximity to the tent, not under the tent. This could have been avoided. They had no jurisdiction. First of all, even if he was up under the tent, they didn't have no jurisdiction to put their hands on him. But they damn sure didn't have no jurisdiction to put their hands on him or even to address him if he was just simply in proximity of the tent. This is coming from a Memorial High School young witness. Y'all, this shit is getting on my nerves, man. This is getting on my nerves, man. Let's read on. The young witness testified that Anthony became upset after being told to leave. Of course he would be upset. He probably was saying, man, bruh, I'm not bothering y'all. I'm not even bothering y'all. I'm not even up under the tent like that. According to the witness, the back and forth between Anthony and Metcalf lasted approximately 2 minutes. The witness reiterated that both Anthony and Metcalf appeared aggressive during the exchange. Let's read along. The young witness also testified that when Anthony had his hand inside his backpack and said, "Touch me and find out," the witness viewed that statement as a threat. The witness recalled Austin Metcalf telling Anthony, "We're in Frisco." Do y'all know what that means, right? Can somebody please tell me what that means when a white boy tell a black boy, we're in Frisco. We in Frisco. What that mean? Can somebody please tell me what that means? Somebody write it in the chat. The first one get it right, I'll display your chat for free. The first one that understands what that means and put it in the chat, I'm going to display it. Austin Metcalf told Karmelo Anthony, "No, hey, we in Frisco. We in Frisco." Thank you, Impressive Vibe. Thank you. These my parts. You're in my town. You're in my town. So guess what? When all of us was saying last year, they think that they own that shit. They act like they own the school. They own everything. I'm telling you, white people act like, not all white people, but white people like that, they act like they own shit. They act like you're in their territory. This Frisco, this is a white town. This is a white town. This is our town. You're going to do what I told you to do, Ninja.
Nickels!
This is a white town. You're going to do what we tell you to do, ninja.
Knuckles!
That's what that means. That's exactly what that means. And we said this last year, right? The witness recalled Austin Metcalf telling Anthony, we're in Frisco. You don't have anything in here. You don't have anything in there. The young witness testified that Metcalf pushed Anthony with both hands on his shoulders. I did not see an object. I saw a motion, the witness told the court. At one point during cross-examination, defense attorney Shook asked the young witness to recreate the stabbing as described in testimony. So they did a recreation in court. So a chair was brought into the middle of the courtroom for the demonstration. So this is attorney Toby Shook, the defense attorney that works for Mike Howard, that works for the Anthony family. He bought a chair in the middle of the courtroom for the demonstration. The young witness stood in for Austin Metcalf. So the young witness, the young student that goes to Memorial High School, he stood in as if he was Austin Metcalf. And then while the defense attorney Shook, took the position of Anthony and remained seated in the chair. Here we go. Let's read along. The witness demonstrated how Metcalf leaned forward to push Anthony. According to the witness, it was while Metcalf was leaning into Anthony that the stabbing occurred. So what does that tell us? What does that tell us? The witnesses are actually helping the defense. The witnesses are actually helping the defense.
No captivity.
The knife ended up puncturing Austin Metcalf simultaneously with him leaning in, trying to be aggressive with Karmelo Anthony. Leaning in. He leaned into the knife. So what does that indicate? It shows us, right? That's evidence that Karmelo Anthony wasn't viciously trying to stab him in a stabbing motion. He wasn't viciously doing that. No, he just did this while trying to get the boy up off it, because by that time they was already probably mollywopping his ass. Yes. The state then called his next witness to the stand. Follow for future. Okay, shout out to them. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, this is what we're going to do. I got a video that I want to show y'all, right? Let's see. Where is that video at? Let's see. So this is very important. I need y'all to watch this video right here. This is very important. Watch this video right here.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, and we want to switch gears here and pivot to a case that has really grabbed the nation's attention here. I want to bring this post from Fox 4 News up on your screen here. This says opening statements began Thursday in the murder trial of Frisco ISD students Karmelo Anthony.
Now, I need y'all to pay attention to what the attorney is going to say in this video. I'm going to just let it play.
After a jury with no black members was finalized following a contested selection process. So we want to bring you here what we know of the latest with this trial.
Thank you, JBK. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Anybody that would like to support the channel, and if you appreciate the work we're putting in over here, or if you would like your comments read and highlighted, please either leave a super cap or a cash cap. We only got one cash cap tonight. Who's going to be the second one or third one? The cash cap is $Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap up top. And the PayPal is also no captivity with freeze. There's no captivity with freeze. Thank you. I appreciate you. What's going on, Jalen? Shout out to Jalen in the building. Shout out to you, sis.
As it will be going on to day 2 today, as opening statements began yesterday morning in the murder trial of the Frisco ISD student accused of fatally stabbing another student at a track meet. Karmelo Anthony, now 19 years old, faces a murder charge in the death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. Police said Anthony and Metcalf got into an argument over seating in a stadium stands on April 2nd,
Shout out to Landon Price in the building.
2025, which escalated when Anthony...
Okay, let's fast forward this and get to where the attorney starts speaking. Here we go.
And Mark Astor, a criminal defense lawyer and former prosecutor, onto the program here. Mark, thank you so much for joining us this morning. So we heard opening statements yesterday. Anthony faces a murder charge, and the defense is claiming self-defense. What evidence throughout this trial is going to be crucial, as we've already started to see some testimony yesterday from coaches? What evidence here is going to be crucial for the jury members?
As a matter of fact, let me do this. I'm going to open up a poll. Do you think the witnesses have been coached? Yes or no? Please, everybody vote on that poll. Everyone vote on the poll, please. Here we go.
Yeah, well, obviously, first and foremost, I think this is the only defense that, the defense has of self-defense. If you read the...
Shout out to Black Bolt. Black Bolt in the building. Black Bolt speaks in the building. Thank you for being here.
Police report, it's right there in black and white. They're claiming self-defense. So obviously the prosecutor is going to start bringing in eyewitnesses, people who saw this, people who saw the defendant flee from the scene. So we'll have some of the other students. We might have some of the teachers. We're certainly going to get the law enforcement officers who were on scene. The police report indicates that at least one of them had contact with the defendant. Another one also found the alleged murder weapon. So those are the kinds of things that are going to be brought out. Obviously, if there's some surveillance video, that's going to be coming in too. So that's the state's case. Civilians, law enforcement, any surveillance videos, and probably maybe even somebody from the medical examiner's office to talk about the actual cause of death.
And for a self-defense case.
Shout out to Nightbreaker in the building. What's going on, Nightbreaker?
What needs to happen to be able to prove that for self-defense, especially when it escalates to a point where somebody died?
Well, I think from the defense perspective, they're going to have to establish that the force that was used was reasonable under the circumstances. And they're going to have to say, look, our client faced potentially a deadly force or even something where he could be subjected to, serious bodily injury. So he had no choice. He was outnumbered. The victim was larger than him. There were lots of people in the room, and he felt as if he had no choice but to use deadly force in order to protect himself. The problem with that is that the defendant he went into the area where the victim was to be found. He allegedly had that knife with him when he went in. He dared the victim to touch him, to push him. And the argument's going...
So I want y'all to keep in mind, let me take this out. Do y'all see that? This is Fox. This network is owned by Fox. So, of course, this is a right-leaning network, right? This is live now from Fox. So this is Fox. It's a part of Fox News. This is a right-leaning network. I just want y'all to keep that in mind. I want y'all to keep that in mind because they're going to shape this, to how they want it to look. So sometimes, sometimes you just gotta cipher through the bullshit. All right. There's little nuggets and stuff even in lies. Here we go. What's going on, Red Scholar? Shout out to Red Scholar, a.k.a. Kimberly Johnson from Temecula, California. Good to see you, sis. Shout out to Red Scholar in the building. Let's go.
No captivity.
Going to be from the prosecutor's side is that he provoked it. He went in there looking for a fight. He dared the victim to do this, and he did. And he was ready.
Do y'all see what Fox... See, now we just read what the witnesses' statements were, and they're still saying he provoked it and he went in the tent. he went in the tent looking for a fight. Do y'all see the lies? They're still saying this on public platforms such as Fox News. They're still saying this, that he went in there looking for a fight. Even after the witness's statement, even after one of the witnesses said he was just joking and, and he dapped up a friend that he seen that went to Memorial High School. This is crazy.
And prepared for this. He took a knife to a fist fight. That's not a fair fight. And you can't provoke a situation and then say, not my fault. I was acting in self-defense. And that's the dichotomy the jury's going to have to unpack in this case.
And then I also wanted to touch on the location of this as well, and where this happened, as there is we've heard from some testimony yesterday about what this revolves around in this tent there at this track meet. So we heard from Memorial High School coach Robert Starr, who took the stand, and he explained to jurors that a tent at a track competition typically, quote, marks your spot. He said it's similar to team bench for sports. So what this case involves escalating from a seat dispute that we're getting from a Fox 4 report, how could we see testimony from coaches and other athletes really affect this case? And when it comes to something like where this happened, especially when they're saying with this tent, that kind of almost in some way marks a territory?
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, we have two high schools that are potential rivals, and you've got the defendants going into the victim space. That tent area it's almost like it's a little bit of a house, right? This is our home. You don't come into our home. And if you do, we have a right to protect that space.
You don't come into our home. This is Frisco. Yeah. They really don't want you ninjas in Frisco, period.
Knuckles!
They really don't want you in Collin County, period.
Knuckles!
And according to the police report, the victim in the case said, hey, you shouldn't be here. You need to leave. Right?
What's going on, Ashe? Great to see you, Ashe. Great to see you. Shout out to you.
This is our space. Go to yours. And that's when, this incident started to escalate because the defendant didn't want to leave.
And now jurors were also shown grainy surveillance video of what happened. It's from a camera across the field. It says software allows the shots to be zoomed in, but it becomes grainy. So the video shows a person who the state said is Anthony entering the tent from behind. And also saying a few minutes later, there are quick movements. Prosecutors said that was Metcalf pushing Anthony, trying to get him out of the tent. A few seconds later, Anthony exits the tent. This is according to Fox 4 Dallas reporting. So when we talk about the surveillance video, how crucial is that going to be? And especially when they're talking about grainy surveillance video, how can the jurors take that in, especially if the video is grainy and it could maybe be hard to identify certain people there?
Yeah, so look, obviously a picture tells 1,000 words, but at the end of the day, the defense isn't arguing you got the wrong person. So does the video really matter that much? Are they going to say, well, this isn't our guy. You can't tell us that this is our client. Look at the grainy quality of the video. I don't think they'll make that argument because it doesn't make sense. Either he acted in self-defense, which means they're not denying that he stabbed the victim, or...
So he's saying he doesn't think the prosecution needs to really argue the video because Karmelo Anthony already admitted it was him that was in the altercation with with Austin Metcalf. He's saying prosecution doesn't need to stress the video because Karmelo Anthony was already saying, yes, that was him that was involved in the altercation with Austin Metcalf and the others. Right? The only way the prosecution would stress the videos is if Karmelo Anthony was saying, no, that wasn't me. That wasn't me that was involved in that altercation with Austin Metcalf. So it was saying the prosecution doesn't need to stress the video, but the defense needs to stress the video, right? Because the truth is in the video. Now they're saying the video was grainy in court, but I'm going to have some special guests tomorrow. I'm going to have some special guests here on the channel tomorrow that actually seen the video before this trial even started at Frisco County. They actually went down to Collins County. They actually went down to Frisco Police Department and seen the video. They seen it in 4K, and they were able to make out specifically who was who. Just like the black man that we reacted to yesterday that's gone viral.
They're going to say, you got the wrong guy. You arrested the wrong person. That's not their defense. So I don't think the quality of the video is really going to make that big of a difference, to be quite honest with you. It helps, it helps the prosecution, but is it really the case that we're arguing about? I mean, no one's denying that this happened. It's just, are we going to legally excuse it with the self-defense defense?
So here's the thing. The video is in 4K, but they did not have the adequate monitoring equipment to show the 4K video. They didn't have a 4K monitor. They only had like a 1080 monitor or something like that. They need a 4K monitor to show the video in 4K. The reason why the video was they're saying the video was grainy is because they weren't able to show it in its full resolution. And most of the people reporting on the video were people that were not even sitting in the courtroom. They were sitting in the overflow room, like the YouTubers and social media independent reporters. They seen it. They were looking at the monitor from another monitor. But we're going to get down to the bottom of this. Here we go.
And now legal experts have been commenting with Fox 4, our affiliate over in Dallas, saying the prosecution had a strong start yesterday. When looking at criminal cases like this, is that typical for a prosecution to really come out swinging at first and then the defense really plays their part later on in the trial? How does the structure really work when it comes to criminal cases here like this?
Yeah, so part of the jury selection process is going to be, especially from the defense perspective, is to make sure that we exclude any jurors who don't believe in the presumption of innocence. But the fact, when I did defense work, when you've got a client who's sitting there, the jurors are saying to themselves, hold on a second, he must have done something, otherwise he wouldn't have been arrested. We wouldn't be here. So, as a defense lawyer, you're already behind the 8 ball, even with the constitutional presumption of innocence. And so, as a defense lawyer, you kind of have to overcome that. So that's a problem for the defense. And honestly, I think the prosecution has a great case here. They really do.
And then I wanted to talk about that jury selection as well.
Of course, he thinks the prosecution has a great case. You work for Fox News, bruh. You work for Fox News. Of course you think the prosecution has a great case. You're fake news. That's why.
As there's been some controversy about that, as well as there being no black jury members on this trial. So can you explain to me the controversy behind that?
Now, I need y'all to pay attention to this. Even though he's a pundit for Fox News, he has no choice but to tell the truth right here about them not having not one black juror, okay, on the jury. What he's about to say is very significant, what he's about to say. And I actually agree with this guy, even though he's reporting for Fox News. This is a lawyer. Mark Astor, on your right. Watch what he says about there being no black person on the jury's selection. Here we go. Watch this.
Jury selection is to a case. Can it really define its outcome here?
Yeah, jury selection is everything. If you can get the right jurors for your, who are hopefully going to see the case your way as a prosecutor, you're golden. But don't forget, you need 12 people on that jury who are going to find that you met your burden of proof. As the defense, I only need one person to say, hold on a second, this was a self-defense case, and my client potentially gets an acquittal. So there's the dichotomy in the jury selection. Now, the jury is supposed to reflect the community. It's supposed to be a jury of the defendant's peers. And I think from the defense perspective, they potentially have a get out of jail free card here. And as a prosecutor, as a former prosecutor, I cannot believe the prosecution actually made this mistake.
Let's go! Did y'all hear what he said? He said the prosecution actually made a mistake by not having any black jurors on during jury selection, by not selecting any black jurors. Why? Because even if Karmelo gets found guilty, this is an easy win to appeal. This is easy to appeal. This is what this lawyer is saying. I appreciate your House of Hypocrites. I appreciate that, man. This is easy to appeal. This is what this lawyer is saying. He's saying this is a rookie mistake by the prosecution. He would have thought they knew better. Watch this. He said that he believes that they gave Karmelo Anthony a get out of jail free card. Here we go. This is his words.
Exclude the jury. This was a self-defense case, and my client potentially gets an acquittal. So there's the dichotomy in the jury selection. Now, the jury is supposed to reflect the community. It's supposed
shout out to Fendi in the bill. What's up, Fendi?
To be a jury of the defendant's peers.
So even this guy, Mark Astor, who's reporting on Fox News, saying he's even saying or insinuating that this jury does not reflect the community. It does not reflect the community. In all actuality, it does, but he's saying that the prosecution should have played along with actually having at least one or two black jurors on this in court. But he said that was a rookie mistake. Here we go.
And I think from the defense perspective, they potentially have a get out of jail free card here. And as a prosecutor, as a former prosecutor, I cannot believe the prosecution actually made this mistake to exclude all of the African-American jurors, knowing you had an African-American defendant, knowing that you had a bunch of people outside the courthouse who feel that they're not, that their community, the African-American community, is not going to get a fair trial, I think is a big mistake. You got to remember, as a prosecutor, you're not there just to convict. Your job is to make sure that the defendant gets a fair trial. And I honestly think if there's a conviction here, I think the appellate court is going to take a very hard look at this and potentially reverse this. This is
He said the prosecution was, they made a rookie mistake and they gave Karmelo Anthony a get out of jail free card. And he said that this does not look like a fair trial. This is not a fair trial. He said this on Fox News. They might fire his ass. They might not even invite Mark Astor back. Attorney Mark Astor, they might not even invite him back. Because look at the news anchor. The news anchor looking at him like, what is you doing, dummy? Why are you saying this on our platform? You don't supposed to say that. Look how he looking at him. Look at the guy on the right, the young guy on the right. He looking like, this dumb ass fool. He looking so disturbed. But it's the truth. Who said that? Shout out to Fendi. They got too greedy.
It's a serious, knowing that you had a bunch of people outside the courthouse who feel that they're not, that their community, the African-American community, is not going to get a fair trial, I think is a big mistake. You got to remember, as a prosecutor, you're not there just to convict. Your job is to make sure that the defendant gets a fair trial. And I honestly think if there's a conviction here, I think the appellate court is going to take a very hard look at this and potentially reverse this. This is a serious mistake by the prosecution. And jury selection is one of the ways. This is a serious mistake by the prosecution. And jury selection is one of the ways. This is a serious mistake by the prosecution. And jury selection is one of the ways that an appellate court will reverse a conviction. So we'll have to see how this plays out. But if I was a prosecutor, I would never have done this. It's a mistake. And I think this is going to come back and haunt them.
And that you
This guy, this attorney even went as far as to say, this is not a fair trial. I don't know if he slipped up and said it, but he even went as far as to say, this is not a fair trial. Their job is to make sure the defendant gets a fair trial. So he's basically saying this is not a fair trial. And this is going to be an easy decision for the appellate court just to get an appeal. He said this is a get out of jail free card for Karmelo Anthony. God has his hands all over this, y'all, to be honest with you. God has his hands all over this. He knows that Karmelo Anthony did not mean any harm. He knows Karmelo Anthony has been lied on. He knows Karmelo Anthony did not come to this track meet intending to hurt anyone. God knows that, man. Let's see what else they got to say right here. Let's see.
Actually took the next question right from me. If we could see an appeal from this because maybe he doesn't feel that he is represented by his peers.
Shout out to Kyla. What's going on, Kyla? Great to see you. Yeah. So he just asked, so the defendant doesn't feel like he's represented by his peers. Let's see what Mark Astor, the attorney, got to say.
Yeah, I mean, how can he? I mean, he's an African-American young...
How can he feel like he's being represented by his peers? How can he feel like he's being represented by his peers? Look what you did during jury selection.
Young man in an African-American community, and he has no African-American jurors to decide his fate. How can that possibly be fair? Now, to the prosecution's point, I'm sure when the judge said, "Why are you striking this person?" I think what they said was, "We don't want any teachers on the panel," right? And when you do that once, okay, sounds okay. When you do it twice, maybe. But you start doing it 3 times and 4 times, you're like, hold on a second, there's a pattern here, and it's not able to be fair. I mean, he's an African-American young man.
Next question right from me. If we could see an appeal from this because maybe he doesn't feel that he is represented by his peers.
Yeah, I mean, how can he? I mean, he's an African-American young man in an African-American community, and he has no African-American jurors to decide his fate. How can that possibly be fair? Now, to the prosecution's point, I'm sure when the judge said, "Why are you striking this person?" I think what they said was, "We don't want any teachers on the panel," right? And when you do that once, okay, sounds okay. When you do it twice, maybe. But you start doing it 3 times and 4 times, you're like, hold on a second, there's a pattern here, and it's the...
Not only did they strike 1 black juror, strike 2 black jurors, strike 3 black jurors, the judge allowed it. The judge allowed it. Even this attorney right here that's talking said, that was stupid. And that was unusual for 3 black jurors to get struck down back to back to back to back.
Pattern doing this person, I think what they said was, "We don't want any teachers on the panel," right? And when you do that once, okay, sounds okay. When you do it twice, maybe. But you start doing it 3 times and 4 times, you're like, hold on a second, there's a pattern here, and it's the pattern of striking those African-American jurors that I think is going to come back and bite the prosecution, you know, in the proverbial backside. I really do. And I think the appellate court's going to find a problem with this.
And there was, I'm reading some of these other articles when it comes to these jury selection and how this was done throughout this case, as well as says, this is according to TMZ, saying one potential juror reportedly said, "I don't think I can make a decision about somebody so young. One mistake, one argument."
Shout out to my brother Dirty from What Up Though Podcast.
No Cap-tivity.
As I've been saying already, guys, stay tuned. What Up Though Podcast will be special guests on this platform in a few days. In the coming week, they will be special guests on this platform. Shout out to What Up Though Podcast in the building. Shout out to Dirty, man, and the rest of the What Up Though Podcast.
When conflict, you can't say he's a bad person, end quote. Another prospective juror raised eyebrows after admitting, quote, "I don't know if I feel right putting a brother in jail," end quote, when asked about finding a black defendant guilty of murder. This is coming from a report from TMZ. So what are the challenges here when it does come to the prosecution?
Okay.
When it does come to, what are those questions that they're asking potential jurors and making sure that it is a jury selected, that the defendant does feel represented by their peers?
Well, I think from the prosecution's perspective, they're going to ask those questions. How do you feel about the fact that, this young man is African American? How do you feel about the fact he's so young and potentially has his whole life in front of him? If we prove...
Okay, well, let's get out of there.
This might just ruin the McDonald's.
Prosecutors continue laying out their case.
Okay, this is CBS News. This is CBS 11. They actually have a pass inside of the courthouse during trial. They actually have a press pass inside the courthouse. So let's listen to CBS 11 Texas.
Case against Karmelo Anthony. He is the teen accused of killing another teen at a Frisco ISD track meet last year.
Thank you, Red Scholar. Thank you for putting their link in the chat. Make sure y'all click What Up Though Podcast link in the chat.
Anthony's attorney claims it was self-defense. Trevor Sahaki is live outside the courthouse for us this morning. And Trevor, who has the jury heard from this morning?
Well, Karen, so far we've heard from first responders as well as law enforcement officers who responded to the stadium for the stabbing. This has included a Frisco firefighter as well as several Frisco police officers. We also got to see body camera footage of Anthony's arrest. Now, that firefighter, he described in some graphic detail the state of Austin Metcalf's body after the stabbing. Metcalf's father put his head in his lap and his mother wiped away tears at that point in the trial. Now, this case revolves around a confrontation between Anthony and Metcalf at a Frisco ISD track meet last April. Authorities say Anthony stabbed Metcalf, but Anthony says it was self-defense. After the firefighter testified, the officer who arrested Anthony took the stand. He described handcuffing Anthony as the body cam footage played. According to Officer Eduardo Cortez, Anthony told him, quote, "I'm not alleged, I did it," end quote. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. On cross-examination, the defense did confirm Anthony surrendered peacefully and complied with the officers. The defense also pointed out the no weapons rule is not a criminal offense, just a policy of Frisco ISD. Defense attorney Mike Howard asked Officer Eduardo Cortez about Anthony.
Did y'all hear that? So let's please stop talking about the knife. Let's please stop talking about the knife. It was illegal to bring it. No, it wasn't. It was not illegal to bring a knife. This has already been established in court. Could we please stop talking about the knife being illegal? It might have been against school policy, but that does not count in court. If the school did not reprimand him, we ain't gonna worry about it. So please stop bringing up the knife, whether he was supposed to have it or not. Could we please agree to stop bringing up whether he was supposed to have the knife or not, please? Shout out to this news reporter, CBS Texas.
The defense also pointed out the no weapons rule is not a criminal offense, just a policy of Frisco ISD. Defense attorney Mike Howard asked Officer Eduardo Cortez about Anthony crying after the stabbing. Cortez said in response, quote, "Did I see tears?"
Karmelo Anthony was crying after the stabbing. But people are going to insist on painting this picture that Karmelo Anthony is a cold-blooded killer. Cold-blooded. Just cold-blooded. Yeah. No empathy. No nothing. Just a psychopath. Karmelo Anthony was crying after the stabbing. Very remorseful. Very remorseful. Why? Because he didn't intend to do anything to anybody. He's a good kid. That's why he was crying. Because he has a conscience. That's why he was crying so hard. Because he didn't come to that track meet for that. He came to compete. Not to fight with some racist ass white boys.
This one here for the thug.
Coming down is about just a policy of Frisco ISD. Defense attorney Mike Howard asked Officer Eduardo Cortez about Anthony crying after the stabbing. Cortez said in response, quote, "Did I see tears coming down his face? I can't testify to that because I didn't see his face. My description was based on the tone of his voice." We're now hearing from another police officer right now. This is the officer that found the knife that prosecutors believe was used in the stabbing. This case is expected to go through the end of today and into tomorrow. Live in McKinney, Trevor Sahaki.
Okay, I want to show y'all this right here. Y'all see? You can't see anything, Luna? Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can see the screen.
This might just ruin the McDonald's.
Y'all forgive me for my chicken nugget. Let me go here to my history. Because there's another video that I was shown Somebody actually sent it to me. I think it was McCole sent it to me earlier. But let me see. I think it was. Let me see.
Yeah. You can't trap me, no captivity. Freezing. I know it's hard to understand me. Respect me, to speak reality. I'm focused though, please don't ask where my mind be. It's about the community. When life slide, was it appreciate?
Okay, this is it right here. Here it is. Shout out to this guy. This guy's podcast is named 1250 Podcast Clips. Here we go. Okay, good. Y'all can see it? Okay, good. You can see it now, Luna? Okay, good. All right, good.
Welcome on in, and I highly appreciate you because you can be anywhere in the world right now, but you right here with me. So I highly appreciate that, man. So let's get to the aftermath of today's shenanigans, man. We had people outside of the courthouse going at each other. You had a brother calling the Caucasian the C word with the R, you know, with the ER. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, let's fast forward a little bit.
In case anybody want to take it upon themselves to call in too early. All right, so let's get to it, man. Where we at? For months, people acted as if Karmelo Anthony was unquestionably the aggressor. Now the video appears to show Austin Metcalf initiating the confrontation, and witnesses' statements reportedly cooperate that sequence of events. Self-defense is a legal obligation to stand there and hope. Hold on. Sorry about that. Self-defense isn't a legal obligation to stand there and hope the other person stops. The law focuses on perceived imminent danger, not whether someone waited until after they were injured. The more evidence comes out, the less the original narrative holds up. But they gonna still hold on to it. They can't let it go. They can't admit that they wrong. Nah, that's the furthest thing from their
That's
mind.
a fact. You heard what my brother said. He said the truth is gonna continue to come out, but they ain't gonna never admit that they wrong. That's what the brother just said. If that ain't the truth, he said they just can't ever admit that they're wrong. Shout out to Elite Belezo for the 1,000 jewels, man. Shout out to you, sis.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Elite Belezo for the 1,000 jewels. I appreciate that, sis. Thank you. Yeah, they ain't gonna admit when they wrong, but everybody can see it.
They ain't gonna say I'm wrong.
Exactly, JBK.
That ain't what they gonna do.
And this is a minor, a witness that was sitting under the Memorial High pop-up tent with his team near the victim, Austin Metcalf. The suspect, Karmelo Anthony, was from Centennial High and was sitting under the Memorial High tent. Austin told Karmelo that he needed to move out from under their team's tent. Karmelo grabbed his bag, opened it, reached inside, and proceeded to tell...
And these news outlets continue to get it wrong. They continue to get it wrong.
Austin, quote, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought Karmelo really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Karmelo. Then Karmelo told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Karmelo to tell him to move, and Karmelo pulled out what this witness recalled as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest and then ran away. Let's talk about what that statement means. All sitting on the bleachers under a Memorial High tent when another male he did not know walked over and sat under the tent. That would be Karmelo Anthony. What they are saying...
Okay, I fast forwarded. This guy, the white guy right above me, the white guy above me, does anybody remember this guy? This is actually the guy, let me take my face off. This is actually the guy that represented George Zimmerman. This is actually the attorney that represented George Zimmerman that got George Zimmerman off of that case. He got him off from being convicted for killing Trayvon Martin. This is the lawyer that represented George Zimmerman. You will be surprised what he's going to say in favor of Karmelo Anthony. Watch this.
At the time that this happened, where do you think the jury would land on a case like this?
It's fun. It's going to be a tough call, and I know that's an easy thing to say. You can't lose if you say you're in the middle. It's going to be a tough call for these reasons. When you actually do an analysis of self-defense, there are different components. The argument that Carmelo Anthony was there and he shouldn't have been there. Well, that's okay, but it's not your bleachers. You don't get to throw people out because of a tent.
This guy represented George Zimmerman and saying, yeah, you can feel how you want to feel, but it's not your bleachers. You don't get to throw anybody out of no damn tent. The hell wrong with you? Let's keep going.
That's an argument that you're going to see. Anthony was there and he shouldn't have been there. Well, that's okay, but it's not your bleachers. You don't get to throw people out because of a tent. That's an argument that you're going to see the defense make. Why did the eventual victim in this case decide that it was his role to kick him out? And then there's a tussling back and forth. And then, unfortunately, Mr. Metcalf did seemingly start the fight, so to speak, right? He was what we might call the aggressor, and pushing him out or grabbing him and touching him. So under Florida law and also Texas law, and when you're the aggressor, when you first start the fight, so to speak, you may lose the protection. If it was Carmelo who started it, Carmelo Anthony. Now we get to say shifted because if Metcalf was the one who started the fight, now can Anthony respond to defend himself? We know he can. And then, as was mentioned a moment ago, are you supposed to bring a knife to a fist fight? No. You're supposed to bring a gun to a fist fight? Absolutely not. But if you're there and starting to get attacked, which is what the defense is going to say, can you defend yourself? And what they're going to say is, Anthony doesn't need to wait until the first nasty strike, the first injury. He can presuppose what might happen, and he's allowed to defend himself.
No, they wanted Carmelo Anthony to wait and just get mollywopped and get his ass whooped. Yeah, that was. Shout out to this lawyer. And it's so ironic that George Zimmerman's lawyer is speaking like this. It's so ironic that an affiliate lawyer with Fox News still heavily criticized the prosecution in Carmelo Anthony's case. Want to know why that happened? Because the truth have no choice but to come out. The truth has no choice but to come out. This is George Zimmerman's lawyer. Here we go.
So, from two witness statements, Austin was the aggressor, not Carmelo
this is a
Anthony.
minor, a witness that was
I
sitting
know a
on
lot
it.
of people was trying to say because Carmelo Anthony said, touch me and find out what happens. That was after Austin had already made threats. See, they leave that part out. They only want to put what Carmelo said without adding the context of what was said prior to Carmelo's response. Carmelo was responding to what Austin had told him and what Austin had physically done. That's what that is, right? So,
now let me show y'all this guy. Let me see. So he's going to play the video of the guy on Instagram, the guy that's gone viral. This guy, I don't know why he's not a witness, whatever, but he's just the black guy that went viral that actually seen the video that they were trying to show in court. He actually seen it clearly. The same video they're saying, oh, it's too grainy in court. We can't really see clearly what's going on. This black guy seen everything clearly. Why? Because he was able to watch it from a 4K monitor. And we're going to have special guests tomorrow that actually seen the same video that the viral black guy that's on location at the courthouse in Texas, right, at Frisco, seen. We're going to have people tomorrow, several people tomorrow here on the show. So I need y'all to be here front and center because, it's going down. Let's listen to this guy again. This is a more extended video of the guy, the viral black guy that said he's actually seen the video in clarity.
Perception. And what witnesses' testimonies are. This case is solely based on witness testimony. Let's see right here what he had to say about it.
Whatever he was doing, Austin and Hunter.
The video.
Yes, on the video. So again, you got Hunter and Austin standing in the middle.
Okay.
And you have the light bright boy here, and you have the darker boy here.
Okay.
I think that's what I remember. So I have to go back and think about it. But that's where they were. One was going up and down while they were talking and kind of pushing or whatever he was doing. Austin and Hunter was in front. So where they're talking about grabbing bags, Hunter actually said that I grabbed his bag.
Right.
And then later on, he said that Austin threw the bag.
Can I ask y'all something? Why hasn't that came out in court yet? Why haven't we heard any mention of Karmelo Anthony's bag being taken and grabbed? Why haven't we heard any mention, any peep of Austin Metcalf grabbing Karmelo Anthony's bag? Why haven't we heard any mention of it? These students that claim that they seen this and seen that, why haven't they mentioned what even Austin Metcalf's brother mentioned on a news interview twice? On 2 news interviews, we have not heard of Austin Metcalf grabbing this bag yet. I wonder why.
Okay.
Jeff also said the same thing. And so that's them both antagonizing. And we know under Texas law, I just have the fear that you're about to do something to me and you can get up out of here. Yeah, so you don't have to touch me. But at that point, he still stood there and stopped there. And whatever they say alleged was said, you don't know that until they get them to it here. But once they did that, they started hitting them. Karmelo actually was able to back out and try to get away. So he was actually trying to get away the first time. Austin grabbed him, and you can see his hoodie coming out like this, and they brought him back in.
Okay.
And when they brought him back in, that's when you can see Austin put him in a headlock. You can see that all the rest of them are still hitting. That must be when the poke happened, because he was able.
When they play this video clearly and can show clearly if this is true, because I'm just taking this guy's word for it, but I'm inclined to believe him. If it's true that Karmelo Anthony did back away and they pulled him back in, and Austin Metcalf pulled him back in as the aggressor, case closed, man.
To get out again, he backed out. He looked to the right. That's where the other little kid was filming, because they got some cell phone footage too. But that's where he was filming. He looked directly at him in his camera, and then he went this way to the left. He went down, he fell. And that's when they realized he was gone, because they were still punching. And when he fell, that's when they all turned around. They started chasing him. Austin tried to go chase him too, but he grabbed his chest. I guess he realized that something happened to him. And that's when he went down a little bit and he fell down. But all 3 of them were chasing. But Karmelo was so fast, he got away and went around to the coach. And so you can see them on the video pointing toward Karmelo.
Can I tell y'all something? The sister that I communicated with a couple of days ago that actually seen the video that will be on the show tomorrow night, she told me Karmelo Anthony fast as hell too. She said the same thing. She said, when I tell you he fast, they could not catch him. She said that. That's why I know this guy actually seen the actual video.
And the coach. And I can imagine, because Karmelo's out of the camera.
Shout out to Moa. What's going on, Moa? Shout out to Moa in the building.
On that moment, that he was telling the coach what happened. And then that's when Hunter said he whipped his head around. That's a true statement. He just wasn't sitting with you. He whipped his head around. You see him on the video. And that's when he walked over to where Austin was. But he never touched him. So all that stuff about him rendering aid and holding his heart, and not, he never did that, because the coach grabbed him and he was holding him. So at the end of the day,
So according to this man, Hunter even lied about holding his brother's chest. Why would you lie about something like that? I mean, I'm saying if that is a lie.
That's kind of where the moment went. But they did assault him. And we'll just.
If you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either do it by super cap which colors up the chat. That's the rectangle box with the $ in the middle of it, right down there where you type your chats. Or you can send a cash cap. The cash cap, let me show you guys again. The cash cap is $Freezy no cap. There's $Freezy no cap. Support the show. The PayPal is no captivity with freeze. That's no captivity with freeze. I appreciate you guys in advance. Thank you for the support.
Even if it was just a push, you still assaulted him because it was unwanted.
Shout out to the sponsor of tonight's show so far, JBK, with a total of $50 to be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show. It has to be $50 or more. Thanks to JBK. JBK is the initial and official sponsor so far of tonight's show. Shout out to JBK.
No captivity.
Own definition in your word of him saying that leave me alone and I'm not going, you assaulted him, period. But they did beat him, and if you look at the not the photo that Fox 4 put out, because that was one that they actually edited, I have the emails to prove it, but the actual Collin County one, you can see the webs and stuff on his eye, you can see the bridge of his nose is swollen, you can see the webs under his neck.
So this guy is saying he has the original photo. He's saying he has the original photo, and on the original photo, before Fox News actually edited it, Karmelo Anthony looked beat up. He had marks on him and everything. He looked beat up. Hopefully the defense has this same photo. I hope they do, because that's more evidence that they was whipping his ass.
And so that's the reason why they edited the one from Fox and kind of airbrushed it. And you can see they put the locks of his hair that got taken out as well.
Oh, okay. I need to get that.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah,
because there's a lot of people on this live. Then
Send me your email.
I will.
I'll send it on to you. You know, I've been doing this thing since last year.
Now.
Yeah.
I listen to. Probably a lot of people don't know. I listen to everything. And I heard something. You said them 4 people, a light bright and a dark.
Yes, sir.
What you mean by that? Light white.
Shout out to JD1970. What's going on, JD1975? JD1975 sent $5 for the show. He sent $5 for the show through the cash cow. He said for the show. Shout out to you, JD1975.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Shout out to JD1975. And also,
check the cash out, bitch.
Shout out to Craft Geek for a $5 cash cap. She said, peace and blessings, bro. Thank you, sis. Thank you, Craft Geek.
Check the cash out, bitch.
I appreciate you. Cash caps are coming through. If anybody else would like to send the cash cap is $Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap right above me. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Probably a lot of people don't know. I listen to everything. And I heard something. You said them 4 people, a light bright and a dark.
Yes, sir.
What you mean by that? Light white or dark white?
One mix, one night.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was a black dude over there with them.
Yeah, 2.
So this gentleman is saying with Austin Metcalf, it looked like it was 2 black boys with Austin Metcalf aggressing Karmelo Anthony. So there were 2 black kids with Austin Metcalf. Y'all, this is crazy, y'all. This shit is crazy. This is crazy, y'all. I told y'all, man. Black folk are getting more and more lost. More and more lost. So were those black kids hooligans? Or were they in the right because they was with Austin Metcalf? Were they hooligans sitting up there aggressing Karmelo Anthony as well? Were they hooligans?
It was a mix, and it was a brother.
Yeah, and I think one
so
more
it was a school thing.
I think one more supposed to be there, but he was suspended.
But it was like a school thing instead of like.
It was. I'm gonna just say this. Let me just be real. It was more than just a school thing. It was a I don't like you thing.
Right. Okay.
One of them ran track with him, so he definitely liked him because they were beating each other, whatever. But another one actually knew of him.
Okay.
And he just happened to go to a memorial and be friends with the twins and all that. I don't like you. I don't like you.
So one of them knew Carmelo Anthony and didn't like Carmelo Anthony, there's a motive. There's a motive. Here we have a motive. Let's rewind it.
And that's the twins.
Let's rewind it. Here's a motive.
And that's
Right. Okay.
one of them ran track with him, so he definitely liked him because they were beating each other, whatever. But another one actually knew of him.
Okay.
And he just happened to go to a memorial and be friends with the twins and all that. I don't like you. I don't like
So
you.
somebody else called one of the twins.
And that's the one that wasn't able to make it.
Right.
Yeah, because he made sure he told me I wasn't even there. We know you wasn't there. You were suspended. And so at the end of the day, but there was a plan. And
So they're saying one of the guys that knew Carmelo called the twins, but he couldn't actually make it to the track meet because he was suspended.
And if you remember, if you look at TikTok, and I think they put it on Facebook as well, there was a photo showing the back of the canopy, and Carmelo was sitting in the gray, and it said 2 minutes before. That was that young man who took that picture 2 minutes before the fight.
Right.
And you could see him on the video coming in, entering into the canopy. He was coming in from this side to sit down. So when they came and they started aggressing upon the little guy in the yellow poncho, they kept looking back. But when they started,
Pastor said there are a lot of mixed kids in Frisco, mom white, dad black. Okay.
hitting them, they couldn't take it
In other words, a lot of black coons. I got you.
no more. So they just put their head down and stood there.
Okay.
But that little dude got back up and started filming. Yeah.
Yeah, I got that too.
Yeah. And so that's the moment that that we run into, and so that's why you had so much of a smear campaign on all kind of people saying this, they worry about folk backgrounds and all that. We worried about this boy right here that's in here because he's still a boy, even though he's a grown man. He was still a young man looking like a baby up in there. Yeah. We worried about him being charged for something that he shouldn't have, which technically Hunter, those 2 boys, and the other 3 or 4 boys that helped him out should be charged with. And that's what the moment is. They should be charged with a murder.
Facts.
Texas law reads, if you're in the commission of a felony, and one of you happen to unalive, I'll use TikTok friendly moments.
Yeah.
At that point in time, everybody who was acting in that felony now get charged with the higher crime of the unaliving. And that's why you hear Jeff Metcalf, Megan Metcalf, Sarah Fields, all these other people. That's why you hear them keep saying that, hey, Hunter didn't do nothing. It was all Austin. Austin grabbed the bag. Austin pushed him. Austin did this. When Hunter started it by his own admission.
Why are they trying to leave out Hunter now? Why are they lying, trying to leave out Hunter Metcalf now? That is the number one question. Why is Hunter Metcalf being excluded from all of this? When by his own admission, during the interviews last year, he even said himself, admittedly, that he made initial contact with Carmelo Anthony. And he was right there. And he actually seen Austin grab his bag. Shout out to JBK. JBK said, that's what happened in my case as well. JBK was involved in a self-defense case and he eventually won, but JBK say they lied on him and they lied in court and fabricated their stories. Why are they going out of their way to exclude Hunter Metcalf? Can someone please tell me? Hunter Metcalf, come out, wherever you are.
On WFAA on April the 2nd, a few hours after they got from the hospital, he said in his own mouth on that interview that me and my brother and a couple of our friends, we came. That's what he said. He was involved.
And then he say, my brother like to protect me. Yeah.
So if he started, his brother always come in to protect him and finish it. Is what he said. So now you want to do this campaign, 18 hours on TikTok, all this stuff you want to do to try to uncenter Hunter from the problem, and then you give out scholarships to some of these kids that was involved.
So he's talking about the father. We watched the father on TikTok last night on TikTok talking about the case. going out his way to exclude his other son. Nightbreaker said, I don't understand how this man is the only one that saw this detail. He's not the only one. Just tune in tomorrow. I'm going to have a panel full of people that seen the exact same video at Frisco Police Department. He's not the only one. Trust me. Trust me.
So their mama can have money in their pocket and they won't testify. That's what these people have been doing. So it's just a moment to where at some point people need to understand that it's a little bit deeper, and that's why in the opening statements he said what he said. You know, we're gonna show you the video to show you that it wasn't just a touch and a whisper and all that. We're gonna show you because we got the video. And so when you see the video, you're gonna know they assaulted him and he had no other choice, because guess what? We have no duty to retreat in Texas.
Right.
None. That boy retreated twice. He got beat up. The boy retreated. They pulled him back in.
He actually got beat up.
Yeah, he got beat up. Yeah, he got.
So I'm gonna tell y'all something. How I know he's telling the truth, because the lady that got in touch with me a couple of days ago seen the same video that this guy seen. Went down to the police department with a private investigator that's friends that worked for the Anthony family. She said the same thing. This was before I even seen this video that we're watching right here. She said that Karmelo Anthony backed up and tried to walk away from it, and they pulled him back in. And when they pulled him back in, a few moments later, he got away again and ran. By that time, the knife had already punctured Austin Metcalf. But he did, according to people that seen the video prior to trial, they said that, and this is multiple accounts, they said that Karmelo Anthony actually tried to separate himself and tried to back away from the aggression, but they pulled him back in. The lady told me this, Kira Answorth. Shout out to Kira Answorth. She will be here tomorrow night. Shout out to Kira. She told me this before I even seen this video. That's why I know they're not lying, because I don't even know this man on this video. I don't even know him.
But yeah, that boy's a lover, not a fighter. His own supervisor said that on TikTok from Foot Locker. He said that boy's scared of his own shot. And if you were in that courtroom, they said that the other day on Wednesday. Right. He was in there. He was shaking. That boy was nervous. And so at the end of the day, he's a kid.
So the video should tell the tale then, right?
It always have told the tale. But what they did not expect, they didn't expect that the community and other folks like myself and others would actually say, no, that's not right. So, I know you got a video, because I knew that on the 3rd of April. So let me go see that. Let me go see what happened. I'm not going to take the word of the people in the community. I'm not even going to take the word of the people at the administration. I want to see it for myself.
So are they using it for the court, or are they trying not to use it?
They don't have no choice. If they don't want to use that video, they can't have no witnesses.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't put Hunter up. You can't put Jeff Metcalf up. You can't put Megan up. You can't put the. All
right, so it sounds like he.
So I'm gonna show y'all what Nick at Night said. She said she seen some of the video on a monitor in the overflow room. She wasn't in the main courtroom. Let me show y'all what she had to say. This is Nick at Night.
House. I am here.
Sounds like a lot of people in their emotions, and then
she's gonna show y'all that they showed the video, but the lawyers in the courtroom agreed. Even the judge agreed that they needed to show it on a proper monitor that shows 4K, because the video is 4K. So they're going to postpone showing the video again. They're going to show the video again at a later date. They're going to make sure they have a monitor or some type of TV monitor that actually shows 4K. So they're going to show the video again in court. This is what Nick at Night is about to explain right here.
Feelings in that comment section about that video. But he was going into very much detail. Let's see what this one has to say right here.
From Collins County Courthouse. I am here covering the Karmelo Anthony trial, and I was inside the courtroom when we just watched the surveillance footage of the incident take place. I was able to see Karmelo Anthony enter into the stadium. It showed the victim and his brother enter into the stadium. It showed the tent that they were under and so much more. They also did opening statements before we started to see any type of footage or anything like that. Opening statements was 20 minutes for each side. The defense took.
Oh yeah, I just opened. I'm about to open the phone lines right now. The phone lines is open. If you go to the comments section, you will see the pinned comment with the phone if you want to call in and talk about this.
Yeah, and I'm going to open the phone lines too in a second right after this video right here. I'm going to open the phone lines, y'all.
So if y'all want to call in, go ahead and call in. Let's get to it.
Took 20 minutes. The prosecution took 20 minutes. And when they gave their opening statements, there was a stark contrast on both sides. So first and foremost, the defense went up and his the prosecution went up first, and his co-counsel did the opening statements where he painted Karmelo Anthony as a senseless murderer. You know, he said that Karmelo Anthony provoked the victim into putting his hands on him. So he's saying that, you know, the victim in a case, he provoked him because he didn't leave when they told him to. So
that is the dumbest SHIT that they could ever think of, man. I'm telling you, that is so dumb. They are trying so hard. Could somebody please tell me if that made sense to y'all? They're trying so hard to make Karmelo Anthony the one that provoked Austin Metcalf and others. They're saying he provoked them because he didn't leave. That's provoking them? Let me rewind this.
The putting his hands on him. So he's saying that, you know, the victim in a case, he provoked him because he didn't leave when they told him to.
That's provoking somebody?
No captivity.
That don't even make no sense. Shout out to Smitty in the building. What's going on, Smitty? Do you see how far they're going to try to paint this picture of Karmelo Anthony as the provocateur, as the aggressor? They're going out their way to, and they're doing it so badly, it's not even making sense.
So basically, they told him to leave, and he didn't leave, and he told them that they better not touch him or whatever, or watch what happens if you touch me. That's provoking them to put their hands on him. So then once they put the hands on him, then he, you know, used his weapon. He grabbed in his bag, used his weapon, and the whole incident happened in a matter of 4 minutes. So the victim and his brother entered into the tent 2 minutes prior to Karmelo Anthony entering in the tent. The defense said that he didn't enter the tent because he wasn't supposed to be there, as far as like the way that they're trying to shape it. But he entered into the tent because he recognized one of his friends. He went to say hello to one of his friends, and he went to go sit down. As soon as he went to go sit down, it is being alleged that
So it's a consensus that he recognized a friend. He recognized one of his friends and went over there to speak to his friend. That's a consensus. That's not even up for debate at this point, right? That's not even up for debate. He didn't come over there to the tent purposely to agitate anybody. He recognized one of his friends. This has been said multiple times. Even from one of the witnesses that go to Memorial High School, they said that he went over there and dapped up one of the kids that went to Memorial High School. So obviously it was a friend. So why do they keep saying he went over there purposely to start trouble? We know why they keep saying that, because they're trying to bury this kid. And there are other people that's trying to help them do it.
Sit down. As soon as he went to go sit down, it is being alleged that the twins came up to him and told him, you got to go. You got to get up out of here. And he told them, no, he's not leaving. He's not getting up out of there at all. Now, that's what's happening on the inside of the courtroom. You guys know I took a lot of notes. I'm going to be giving you guys a very detailed breakdown.
And shout out to Nick at Night. Anybody that watch Nick at Night, anybody that know Nick at Night, tell Nick at Night we've been covering her and she's been doing an excellent job. Shout out to that sister, man, for using her resources to go out there. Shout out to that sister. Shout out to the black women that's done went out there and been reporting on this thing, man. And shout out to the black gentleman that actually said he seen the video. Shout out to the black men and women that's out there protesting. Shout out to them. Let's go.
I tried to jot down as much as I can as far as what the prosecution and defense are saying and alleging. We're going to give the facts. Now, outside, there is protest on both sides happening right now. There are people here that are supporting Karmelo Anthony going on at the end. Prosecution basically said, like, oh, you know, their tents are, you know, where they keep their belongings so that people don't steal. There's literally no way for a person to steal because the tent was full of people. There was kids all around. There was kids to the left, to the right, walking around. Like, who gonna steal when all of these eyes? It wasn't that type of setup at all. Going on at the.
Thank you, Malika. Shout out to Shakira. Shout out to y'all. Exactly, Belle.
And prosecution.
Did y'all hear what she said? There was no way for anybody to steal anything. They lied again. Is anybody going to acknowledge that Karmelo Anthony has been lied on repeatedly? Oh yeah, we didn't want him to steal anything. He might have stole something. Is it obvious at this point they're trying to cover up the fact they was picking on that boy? Is it obvious that they've been covering up shit? Covering up the fact that they just was picking on him and bullying him, basically. She's saying that it wasn't even that type of setup for anybody to steal anything. So they lied again.
Basically said, like, oh, you know, their tents are, you know, where they keep their belongings so that people don't steal. There's literally no way for a person to steal because the tent was full of people. There was kids all around. There was kids to the left, to the right, walking around. Like, who gonna steal when all of these eyes? It wasn't that type of setup.
Come on, man.
And they were only under the tent for 4 minutes total from introduction to seeing each other to the knife wound. Now, what the defense wanted to basically point out is this isn't something where he stabbed them multiple times. He didn't go and stab other people. He didn't try to, do that. He defended himself and then he ran. So when he ran like out of the bleachers, and then you see him in the surveillance. He's like jumping down, running down the bleachers. And then as he runs down the bleachers, he runs to go run out. So when he runs out, like trying to run out of the field, there was kids that were chasing him from behind, and he ended up going up to one of the coaches. Now, as he's running out, there was a group of, it looked like black kids that were coming in for the track meet. They all had on like what looked like uniforms. Karmelo Anthony, he had on a light gray hoodie and some blue sweats. So he walks out of the bleachers. And then when he walks out of the bleachers, he's looking around. He goes back like, I don't know if he was, waiting on somebody. And then once he reemerges again. He goes past one tent. Now, one tent / canopy. He walks past and you can see it's packed, jam-packed with kids. They tried to make it seem like, oh, he didn't go to the first tent. He passed up a whole tent and went to the other one. The tent, when you look at it, or the canopy, it's full. Like it's a bunch of kids.
So Karmelo Anthony wasn't even trying to go towards Memorial High School tent first. He went to the other tent that was right beside it. He went over there first. It was raining. It was pouring down raining prior. He went to that tent, but she's saying that that tent was full of people. So then he went over there by Memorial High School tent, not even all the way up under the tent. So he didn't even go straight to Memorial High School tent like they were trying to say. They were saying that he purposely went to Memorial High School tent to cause trouble. No, he didn't even initially go to Memorial High School tent first. He went to the other tent. I think the other tent was like a reddish tent. Do y'all remember that tent? It's like a reddish tent. That's the tent he went to first, but she's saying it was too many people.
Kids huddle at it with kids. They tried to make it walk past one tent. Now, one back, like, I don't know if he was, waiting on somebody. And then once he comes,
Yes, Ashe, he seen someone he knew. That's why he went over there by Memorial High School tent. Exactly, Ashe. Exactly. He seen someone he knew. That's why he went over there by Memorial tent after he tried to go to the initial tent.
Emerges again. He goes past one tent. Now, one tent / canopy. He walks past and you can see it's packed, jam-packed with kids. They tried to make it seem like, oh, he didn't go to the first tent. He passed up a whole tent and went to the other one. The tent, when you look at it, or the canopy, it's full. Like it's a bunch of kids huddled under trying not to get wet. He goes to the other tent that is more open. Like it's like less people congregated, but it's a lot of them underneath that tent. And you see kids, like I said, on the outside, you see kids walking out with their ponchos. You see them walking past with their umbrellas. You see them with their hoodies on. And it's raining. You can see the rain coming down from the camera. So the videos that we're watching is surveillance from the school. And you can see the rain coming down from the surveillance as it's all happening. So they got a forensic analysis to come in. And basically what his job is to do is to look at the video, identify the suspect, which would be Karmelo Anthony, and the victim, which would be the brothers. And so he was supposed to walk through, okay, when did Austin and his brother walk through? When did Karmelo walk through? And based on the video, they wanted to know, what was the resolution of the video? The video was a 4K video. It was a high resolution video. But what they explained to the jurors is,
okay, I need y'all to pay attention to this. Nick at Night is about to explain the video not being clear and what they plan on doing. This is what I was telling y'all.
Supposed to walk through, okay, when did Austin and identify the suspect, which would be Karmelo Anthony, and the victim, which would be the brothers. And so he was supposed to walk through, okay, when did Austin and his brother walk through? When did Karmelo walk through? And based on the video, they wanted to know, what was the resolution of the video? The video was a 4K video. It was a high resolution video. But what they explained to the jurors is that you can only get 4K video to come through a 4K TV. So the TVs in the courtroom are not 4K, but they said that they're going to bring a specialized 4K video, TV, so that they can watch the video in 4K, and so that they can see it better. So
you heard it right there with Nick at Night.
No Cap-tivity.
So they're going to bring a special 4K monitor to actually watch the video properly, because they weren't able to. That's why the video wasn't as clear as it should have been, because the video is actually a 4K video. She's saying that they agreed to bring a 4K monitor in the near future, so they can actually watch it clearly.
So that you can only get 4K to the jurors is it was a high resolution video. But what they explained to the jurors is that you can only get 4K video to come through a 4K TV. So the TVs in the courtroom are not 4K, but they said that they're going to bring a specialized 4K video TV so that they can watch the video in 4K.
So what I'm hoping is once they bring this special 4K TV in to watch the 4K video, it will actually show what the black gentleman actually said he's seen at Frisco Police Department. It will show what he's seen, because all up until this point, the courts and the jury and the judge and the prosecutors have not really been able to, and the reporters have not been able to see what's actually on the video. Right?
And so that they can see it better. So and another thing that
JBK said 4K 30 frames per second on a 1080p 60 frame per second will look poorly. Shout out to our brother, man. There you go. 4K 30 frames per second on a 1080 60 frame per second will look poorly. Appreciate that, JBK.
That the defense
JBK is still our official sponsor of tonight's show with a total of $50 to be a co-sponsor or official sponsor. It has to be $50 or more. Shout out to JBK, man.
Wanted to note was every single team had a tent except for Karmelo Anthony's school. So it was several schools there for the track meet, and all of the other schools had their canopy tents. The only school that did not have a tent was Karmelo Anthony's school. So even if so it's not like his school had their tent and he went to the other people's tent. They didn't have a tent at all. He said the only thing that they had was a tarp. Okay. And so so he said
so we know this already, right? Karmelo's school did not have a tent. So initially, when we first got wind of this incident, people were saying, why didn't he go up under his own school tent? Because he didn't have a tent, dummy.
No Cap-tivity.
Because his school didn't have a tent, dummy. That's why, dummy.
Know why they didn't have a tent, but their school did not have a tent. Centennial High School did not have a tent.
They didn't have a tent because it was still early. All the schools hadn't put their tents up yet.
And so when he's walking around, he was waiting around, and he was there as a varsity, I think he's in varsity, and the track meet was for junior varsity, but he went to help out with the school. And so the defense also wanted to note that all of the individuals that are going to testify are kids that went to that school, and he wanted to point out that all of them are friends of the victim. He said, once you're listening to testimony, you have to bear in mind that these are all friends and they are all going to the same school. The only person under the tent that did not go to that school was Karmelo Anthony. And he says the only reason why he went there is because he went to talk to a guy who he thought was his friend. Okay, that was the key words that his defense said. They said he went to talk to a guy who he thought was his friend. So it's going to be interesting to hear from all of these witnesses. They're all going to be teenagers who are going to be testifying. They have, like I said, the video analyst who does video analysts for prosecution, district attorneys, that type of thing. He was able to enhance the video so that they can see an enhanced version. So right now, what we've watched so far was the raw footage. And once we go back in, they're going to show the enhanced footage.
Shout out to Paige, Mrs. Turner in the building. What's going on, Paige, Miss Turner?
So in the enhanced footage that they plan to show, they have like a spotlight and they
So they're going to show an enhanced footage. That's what the sister just said.
does video analyst for prosecution, district attorneys, that type of thing. He was able to enhance the video so that they can see an enhanced version. So right now, what we've watched so far was the raw footage. And once we go back in, they're going to show the enhanced footage. So in the enhanced footage that they plan to show, they have like a spotlight and they like follow him with a spotlight and stuff like that. So we're going to see like a more enhanced version.
So this is not the 4K. She said when they go back in, they're going to see an enhanced version, but they're going to show 4K footage later on.
Coming up. But I'm going to keep you guys updated on what's going on. And I'm going to take as much notes as possible. And
all right, so
shout out to Nick at Night, man. Shout out to Nick at Night. Let me show y'all this right here. Let me see. Shout out to McCole Wellness Emotion. She just sent me something. I'm going to open the call line just in case somebody want to call in 1 second. Let me show y'all this right here. Okay. I'm gonna show y'all what McCole showed me. Here we go. So McCole just sent me a couple of slideshows. Okay, so this right here, McCole showed me this. I want y'all to pay attention to this. So this is Karmelo Anthony's track coach. Coach recalls Karmelo Anthony's emotional moments after stabbing. This is Vincent Hooper, former head track coach of Heritage High School. Vincent Hooper said it isn't unusual for students to walk to another tent to say hi to someone.
No Cap-tivity.
All of these liars, all last year they were saying, oh, no, kids know not to go to other kids' tent in a competition. Well, in a track meet, guess what? I've been saying this. I used to go to track meets. I used to go to high school track meets, especially when I was in high school. In a track meet, it's very communal. They be in each other's tents all the time. Track athletes know each other from different schools. That happens all the time. And here it is. This track coach is confirming this. But they even tried to say Karmelo ain't have no business in somebody else's tent. That happens all the time. Shout out to Alicia's 1976 in the building. What's up, Alicia? She said, my Knicks won game 2 in an absolute nail biter. Shout out to Alicia. I'm happy for you, sis. Vincent Hooper said it isn't unusual for students to walk to another tent to say hi to someone. Hooper testified that he saw kids scattering and was told there had been a stabbing. He said high school athletic trainer Tiffany Whitaker handed Anthony to Hooper and said, don't let him leave. Right here says, Hooper says, no, it says moments following stabbing. Hooper said he put his arm around Anthony's shoulder. They walked around the track and he asked Anthony what he did. Quote unquote, he said he put his hands on me. I stabbed him. Hooper said he told Anthony that if Metcalf died, it would change the rest of his life. At that point, Hooper said that Anthony started crying and he had to comfort him. Hooper said Anthony's emotions seemed genuine. Did that sound like a killer? Does that sound like a killer? This is the coach that actually walked with Anthony until the police came. Vincent Hooper. This guy right here. This is what Hooper said. I don't think, quote unquote, I don't think he thought he stabbed him in the spot he stabbed him in.
No Cap-tivity.
I don't think he stabbed him in the spot he thought he stabbed him in. This is former head coach of Heritage High School who actually put his arm around Karmelo Anthony and actually had personal contact with Karmelo Anthony right after the incident in question and witnessed Karmelo Anthony bawling, crying, remorseful. And he said, quote unquote, I don't think he thought he stabbed him in the spot he thought he stabbed him in. Here we go. We just talked about the surveillance. CBS News, Texas. Video analyst breaks down surveillance footage in Karmelo Anthony trial. Video analyst breaks down surveillance footage in Karmelo Anthony trial. So this is Bill Worth's prosecution and the video analyst. Prosecution calls video expert as first witness. So the video analyst was on the stand. Prosecution attorney Bill Worth entered the enhanced surveillance video as evidence in the case. Jurors began watching the surveillance video frame by frame leading up to the stabbing. The video then shows Anthony running out of the stadium less than a minute after the stabbing. Now, this is defense attorney Toby Shook, who works for Mike Howard, who is a part of the defense team for Karmelo Anthony and family. He had a chance to cross-examine video analyst Mark Porter. Defense attorneys cross-examined Porter about the video. Defense attorney Toby Shook said, you really can't tell what people are doing under the tent, can you? The video analyst Porter said, no, sir. Defense attorney Toby Shook said, there's really no way to determine when an argument starts or stops, can you? Video analyst Mark Porter said, no, sir. Defense attorney Toby Shook said, you wouldn't be able to tell the jury there's an argument. Video analyst Mark Porter said, no, sir. Make of that what you will. The people that's going to continue to paint Karmelo Anthony as a monster, well, at this point, they're doing it with ill intent, and they're doing it deceptively, and they're doing it in a bad faith manner. I'm telling you right now, if you still look at Karmelo Anthony as a cold-blooded killer after all of this information, or heartless, or as he intentionally came to the track meet to do this and stab someone. Well, you're intentionally not trying to really pay attention to the facts of this case. You're being very inconsiderate towards the whole situation at hand. You're being very stubborn and prideful at this point. And you're not being objective. You're refusing to be objective. Yes, Austin Metcalf is dead. Is he dead at the hands of a cold-blooded murderer? No. At this point, it's obvious that Austin Metcalf is dead because of extenuating circumstance. Because he chose to get aggressive with a kid, a black kid, who had no intentions on getting aggressive with anyone, who had no intentions of unprovoking anyone. He just came to a tent where he seen a friend, and he greeted that friend with a dap. If you're still choosing to paint a picture and paint a narrative of Karmelo Anthony as a cold-blooded murderer, well, you're just being very vindictive, and you're being very devilish. You're being very devilish and evil. You're being very evil towards Karmelo Anthony. And you're not being objective. This, like I said last year, this is a kid. This is a kid who had close to a 4.0 GPA, who was a very obedient athlete, a very obedient student, a very obedient child in his household, that come from great parents. They're very responsible parents. He didn't ask for any of this. And the kicker is, he never was really all the way up under Memorial High School's tent. This whole time, the whole justification for Austin Metcalf's actions and the rest of them was that Karmelo Anthony was under their tent. That was the whole justification for Austin Metcalf's actions. Well, guess what? Now we know he wasn't under the tent. He wasn't all the way up under the tent. He was in proximity of the tent. And with us knowing all of this, with everybody that knows all of this, because I know there are a lot of naysayers that watch my show. They watch my show. And even after learning all of this information, they're going to continue. A lot of them are going to continue to demonize Karmelo Anthony. But what hurts the most is that his own people, his own race, black people, will continue to say he deserves life in prison. His own people, black people, will continue to say that he deserves to spend the rest of his life in prison. After learning the details we've learned so far. And this is what is very disturbing. And I want you guys, when you go, if you do pay attention to other platforms and you watch other shows, really key in on these black people that continue to say this. Key in on these people that continues to wish life in prison on this young black smart, intelligent, never meant to harm anybody, black kid. Pay attention to these people. Pay attention to these people and ask yourself, should I continue to give these people a view or watch these people? Should I continue to do that? I'm not telling you whether you should or you shouldn't. I'm just saying pay attention to what's really going on. This case, Karmelo Anthony case, in my humble opinion, is going to go down as case law. This is going to be a case law case. This is going to be one of those cases in the future where after it's all over with, whether he's innocent or guilty, they're going to use this case as case law. Because this case is so unique. I don't think it has ever happened the way we've learned that it happened before. I don't think a case like this, especially at a high school event, has happened like this before. They're going to have to use it as case law. Now, this is just my opinion, but I feel like they're going to have to use it as case law. They are. They are. We're going to continue to follow this case. There are black people that just hate themselves. And as a result, they project that hatred on other black folk, on you guys, on me. And the sad part about it is they're going to continue to do it. And I'm going to be honest with you, man. Shout out to other non-black folks that have been objective during this trial, during this whole situation. Shout out to the white folk that have been objectively observant during this trial and can actually state the facts and be objective towards this whole case and trial. Shout out to any other non-black person that can remain objective during this case. You're not trying to impress anyone, right? You're not trying to grandstand. You're not trying to be the rightest person in the room. No. You're just trying to understand everything that's going on so you can get a clear picture on whether Karmelo Anthony is actually a murderer. Or could it have been at the maximum, negligence? Negligence. Even if he does get convicted, I don't think he should get convicted of anything other than negligence. That's it. But people are still wishing that he gets convicted of first-degree murder or even second-degree murder. And I don't even think this falls under second-degree murder. Let's see. How about we look? What is the definition of second-degree murder? Second-degree murder is an intentional killing. Let's just stop right there.
No Cap-tivity.
This is not second-degree murder. Can we just stop with intentional killing? Can we just stop right there? There are people even saying this is second-degree murder. This is not even, and the people that want this kid to get murdered so bad, murder 1 or murder 2, I'm telling you, I have no choice at this point but just to understand that they hate themselves. This is not even second-degree murder. Second-degree murder is an intentional killing committed on the spur of the moment without prior planning or premeditation, or a death caused by extreme, reckless disregard for human life. So here's where this is not second degree. It wasn't intentional. The killing wasn't intentional. By the chain of events, it wasn't intentional. It wasn't intentional. But there are going to be people that still contest that and argue that it's first degree murder, it's second degree. No, it's not. No, it's not. Let me go back here. Let me go back so you guys can see this again. Let me go back so you guys can see this again. I don't think he thought he stabbed him in the spot he stabbed him in. I don't think he stabbed him in the spot he stabbed him in. I don't think he thought he stabbed him in the spot he stabbed him in. At that point, Hooper said that Anthony started crying and he had to comfort him. Hooper said Anthony's emotions seemed very genuine. How is this intentional second-degree murder? How is this intentional second-degree murder? Somebody please tell me. Shout out to Aboriginal in this island. At the max, it's probably going to be either manslaughter or negligent homicide or something like that. At the max. But I'm hoping that he, it's nothing. He gets found innocent and he goes free especially after they're able to see the 4K video and whatever else the defense has up their sleeves. Yeah. We know that Memorial High School kids, they've been up on this stand lying, right? And that's just opinionated. That's just my opinion, allegedly. I mean, it's just obvious that they taking the stand and they're lying for Hunter Metcalf. They're lying for Austin Metcalf. They're lying. It's obvious. It's obvious at this point. And if you can't see that from the inconsistencies, if you can't see the inconsistencies, and you don't want to point out, you refuse to point out the inconsistencies, well, we know what your intentions are. We know where you stand. We know what your true intentions are for Karmelo Anthony. If you can't even point out the inconsistencies between Hunter Metcalf and the witnesses. If anybody would like to call in, y'all can do so at this present time. I'm very eager to hear from you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the call lines right now. It is on Do Not Disturb. The call lines are open. Remember, you can support the show. If anybody would like to support the show, if you actually appreciate the information that's been coming out, you can either leave a cash cap. The cash cap is $Freezy no cap. The cash cap is $Freezy no cap. Also, the PayPal is no Cap-tivity with freeze. That's no Cap-tivity with freeze without the Y. I think I'll leave those up there. Or you can leave a super cap or AKA super chat. That is the rectangle box with the $sign in the middle of it, right down there where you type your chats. I do have the notifications on, so we will hear the cash cap and the PayPal. Anybody that would like to call in, I'm very eager to talk to you guys. Call in. Let me know what you feel. Let me know what you're thinking now after the new information, after the witnesses have spoken. Please call in. I want to talk to my peoples out there, all of the viewers. I want to talk to you guys. The number is 1-863 320-1242. Once again, the number is 1-863 320-1242. I'm patiently waiting for anybody that wants to call in. Let me see. So tomorrow, I'm just gonna explain to you guys what's gonna happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, we are gonna have. Okay, we got a caller. 832. Thank you for calling in. What's your name and where you from?
Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom. Shout out to my brother JBK, who is the official sponsor of tonight's show so far.
No Cap-tivity.
Support the
JBK.
channel, man.
What you said, JBK?
Support the channel, man. Support the channel.
Thank you,
man.
bro.
Ain't too many people bringing light to the young brother, man. Support the channel, man. I see some fugaziness with the Asian dude and the young black brother, bro. Like, support the channel, man. Like what's up? Like, what's wrong with y'all, bro? Like, man, what's up with y'all throwing their own people underneath the bus like that, bro? Like, that's crazy.
That's a fact, man.
That's crazy, fam.
I appreciate you too, JBK. Thank you.
Yeah, let me not even be on that rude boy, cause let's get into the facts, all right?
Let's get into
The
it.
one brother said that he seen the video,
Mm-hmm.
and he said that a sister coming on tonight, right, that seen the video. I want to know what video he seen when he said Metcalf was choking him.
Right. Well, I'm thinking it could possibly be the same video they tried to show in court, but they're saying for some reason it wasn't clear in court. It wasn't visible. It was very grainy. It wasn't clear. Like
Yeah, because it's gonna be pixelated, right?
Yeah.
So if you take 30 frames per second, right, and you put it at 1080 HP, HD, excuse me, at 60 frames per second, depending if they got it at 120 hertz,
Right.
or 240 hertz. You understand what I'm saying? It's gonna be so pixelated that you can't really see what's going on. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's gonna be too pixelated because a lot of people don't know that when you're doing 4K or 2K, you gotta have it at 2140 or at you gotta have it at 240 hertz if you got HDMI cord into it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you're playing it on a PC.
Factual. And I'm glad that you gave us that information in the chat, bro, so people could understand, you know.
Oh yeah, it's one of them things where the 240 hertz on 1080p, that's how you can see it a little bit better, but not super clear.
Yeah.
It'll be like more like a little bit just above 1080 HD. See what I'm saying? So, you know, it's gonna be too pixelated to see what's going on, to be honest. Especially if it's raining, because it's picking up the 4K is gonna pick up everything, including the raindrops. You get what I'm saying? It's gonna be too crystal clear. So it's gonna pixelate too much because of the rain. You know what I mean? If it makes sense. You know what I mean? So even if you have it at 240 hertz, it's still not gonna be as 4K as 2140 as using like a 2K. But if they want, I could order one from Amazon for like $250 and send it to them. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
It ain't nothing.
I know you will, bro.
You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
It ain't nothing. Like, you know, listen. I would like to know what videos hopefully is the same. Everybody capping about the video. You know what I mean? Now, this is my question to everybody that's saying maybe manslaughter. Manslaughter with death of injury. Because Texas got different laws than other states. Like very different laws. Like Florida. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Very different situation in Florida too. So, my question is, how would you consider manslaughter when it's a group of people? You see, they're trying to put him under the bus because they already know, just like in my case, the other people will be charged once he beats his case. They have to charge. The Attorney General of the state will have to go and charge these people.
That's
You
good.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I would like to know, especially if his family, if Karmelo family pushes for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My lawyer pushed for it. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because he's like, nah, because they lied on my case and everything. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So Karmelo Anthony's case will be case law. That's a fact. And
I think so
be
too.
Case law because it's an unusual circumstance. You understand what I'm saying? So when you look at it, I just want to know where people that y'all saying that because he's black. First of all, it has nothing to do with him being black. That's first of all. We gotta go from what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. Now, are we gonna be realistic or are we gonna lie to ourselves? Which one we want to do? The reason why I support him and stuff like that, because that brother on that video said that kid was scared of his own shadow. What I said the other day, we don't know what type of timing that young brother be on.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when you got a lot of people around you, and supposedly they was pushing him around for a couple minutes, and as we know, let's be real, unless you want to lie to yourself, the more that you antagonize and stuff, the more hyper people get, so the more dangerous the situation gets.
Facts.
As it builds.
No Cap-tivity.
Yes, sir. Totally agree with you.
So are we gonna sit here and act like what people are saying is kind of like, wait a minute, dog, that doesn't make no sense. 1 minute he's in the tent, the next minute he's outside of the tent. So it has nothing to do with him being like a lot of people like this. Well, I blocked somebody on your platform, you know what I mean? That talk about, y'all saying that. No, dog, it had nothing to do with race. It has absolutely nothing to do with race. It has to do with the truth, bro. Let me tell you the difference between dudes that really move in the spirit and stuff like that. We go off of truth only. Facts over feelings, no matter what.
Yes, sir.
And the truth of the matter is that you're putting something on a kid and you're trying to rationalize it with your age now as a grown man, and you trying to rationalize what he should have did.
Right.
When none of us been in the shoes.
Exactly.
Now we can go off of, because if we was to be on it like that, like, let's be real, I was born and raised in the truth. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a motherfucker when it comes to the streets. You understand what I'm saying?
Let's get it.
So, what are we talking about here? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's all on the individual. So we don't know. Like, it kills me that because they see that you're black and you're talking about it, and it's like, yo, bro, like, it has nothing to do with that. It just has to do with the situation is what it is. And if that kid, Metcalf, not because he's white, but if he would have left that kid alone, it would not have been this situation. And y'all don't want to admit that.
Let me ask you something, JBK. I want you to touch on the witnesses, the students that have took the stand so far, a couple of witnesses, or maybe it's one or two. I think it's one witness, one student, maybe it's one or two students with. Nobody has.
And that video guy.
Yeah, the video guy, and I think it was a resource officer or a coach. It was
resource officer and the student.
Yeah.
Yeah, the resource officer and the student.
Yeah. So nobody, the student, not one time implemented Hunter Metcalf into the situation when Hunter Metcalf himself implemented himself in the whole incident. Hunter Metcalf, Austin Metcalf brother, even said last year during the interview, the initial interview and the second interview, the Fox News interview, that he actually made contact with, on the initial interview, that he made contact with Karmelo Anthony first. He was right there when it was going on. He was able to see his brother Austin Metcalf actually grab the bag. But during trial today, the witness even said that Hunter wasn't even around. He was at the bottom of. What do you think about these potential lies? And do you think that these people are lying and are capable of lying on the stand? And I want you to compare that to even your own personal experience with you going through your self-defense case.
Okay. It's a possibility that he is lying, but there's also a possibility that he's having amnesia of remembering the story detail by detail because that day was traumatic to him. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's a possibility that he's forgetting like key details and stuff like that. Now, there's an issue that comes in of when the defense is prepping the witness.
Yeah.
So the defense is going to prep them just to say enough, not to go all the way into detail with the story. So there's some type of lead pushing on how they want him to answer the question.
Right.
Because don't forget, these witnesses get prepped before they go on stand.
They get prepped. Right. Make that clear.
Yeah, they get prepped. So it could be that the prosecution was like, you don't got to add that to the story. This is all you got to say. So it was up to the defense attorney to be like, well, did his brother touch? You see what I'm saying?
Wow, that's crazy.
So,
yeah. I'm glad that you're clearing this up for people that don't know, bro. Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, if the defense attorney was any good while he's listening to the testimony, Karmelo should be writing down like, yo, that's not how it went down. This is what happened in between the mix.
Right.
But don't forget, that was a traumatic day for that kid. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
he's
sir.
not from that. He's not going to have every detail remembered because he's not from that. So, what helped me out was, I just was like, F it, whatever go down, it go down. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't going down like that. Like, you just ain't going to, but there was cameras and all that shit too, though. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to be honest with you. There was cameras and everything around, so, you know, people see what happened. But yet and still, even with the cameras around, people still lie. You know what I mean?
What about the witness continuing to go out their way to paint this picture that Karmelo Anthony was the provoker? Right? They're just going out their way to paint this picture that Austin Metcalf was nice and he didn't provoke anything, and Karmelo Anthony initiated the whole thing.
Well, Austin was nice in their eyes. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So to be like, this don't make sense. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think your phone is breaking up, JBK.
Oh, my bad, bro.
Okay, we hear you now. Whatever you just did, we hear you now.
Yeah, so the jurors, they have like a booklet, so they don't know. You know what I mean? Like, they just listen to the story and stuff like that. But you got to realize, if I'm a juror, right, and I'm in the jury stand, sitting in the jury pit, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm gonna empathize with the black person. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That I'm gonna empathize with the black because I know them circumstances. So compared to somebody that's not from them circumstances, they're not gonna empathize.
Right.
So they're gonna empathize with the white kid. So that's what you got to take into consideration.
Mm-hmm.
The blessing is that, let's say he does get convicted, he getting an appeal off the back. You know what I mean? Like,
so you agree with that lawyer that was he was a contributor for Fox News that I showed. You agree with that lawyer that was a bad move on the prosecution?
It's racially biased.
Okay.
It's racially biased.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, justice is blind. Justice is blind, right?
Yeah.
So if justice is blind, the smartest thing to do was to say, hey, I'm going to have two black people in there. I'm going to have 2 Latinos, 1 Asian, and 5 whites. Now you're making it even. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now you're making it to where, okay, these Latinos come back to understand where he's coming from because they come from them type of circumstances too. The black people come from them circumstances. Maybe one white person might come from that circumstance. Maybe the Asian guy is the neutral guy. They'll be like, well, this don't make sense. That don't make sense. You get what I'm saying? They didn't do that.
Yeah.
They didn't do it. It's if you look at it as I'll give you an example. Now the funny thing is that that guy that got unalived in UK by the Sikh guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he had jug him, and then the police didn't believe him or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So now they're saying that, oh, now people don't believe white people when they the victims and this, that, and the third. Those were white cops. Why you're not saying that?
Right.
Those were white cops. Like, you're not saying that part. Like, y'all leave like little details out.
That's
and
a
acting
fact.
like people are capping for like people of color, and that's not true, bro. Like,
Yeah.
the justice system. What people don't realize, because if you never been through the system, you've been through the system, so you know. What people don't realize, if you go through the system, you go in front of a judge, right? And when you go in front of this judge could be Caucasian, this judge could be whatever. Usually, you got like a hard black judge, but he gonna be a little bit empathetic. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So, when you go in front of this white judge and you get Chud, right? Let's use Chud for example.
Chud, yeah.
That comes from a trailer
Yeah.
park, and he cuts his hair and he cleans up and everything, blah 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 blah.
Mhm.
He's gonna empathize with him, and you did the same crime that he did, but you get more time than he did. You
Right.
understand what I'm saying?
Right.
That's just a fact.
Right.
And if people don't admit that, you just have to be honest. That's how the
Thank you.
system is.
Thank you for saying that, bro. Thank you for saying that.
No captivity.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it just, you have to be honest about it, and I think a lot of people are putting too much focus on what he did and not why he did it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Too many people focus on that, and then this stuff about, you got these people that people listen to, that's whatever religion they is, right? I'm not gonna even get into that part. Acting like the Crusaders and stuff like that, like white people being oppressed and this and the third, bro. That's not true. That's not true. And if you could just look at the bias of the system, he should have not even been charged. In
I
real
agree.
life.
I totally agree, bro. Yeah.
Like, it has nothing to do with him being black. And if you be like, oh, it's because you're black. I'm an Afro-Latino. I consider myself black, so whatever.
Right.
You can say that, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you ain't got to keep explaining that.
No, because I'm talking about for people that catch it on the replay.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
You can say that. I'm not looking at it as that's my brother and stuff like that. No, I'm looking at it as being factual and in reality. Because when somebody does wrong...
Hold on one second,
and even
JBK.
though
Hold
they
on
wrong-
one second. Give me 1 second. I'm coming right to you, caller. Thank you for calling. I'm coming right to you. Go ahead, JBK. Go ahead.
Yeah, because even when somebody's wrong and they wrong, I'm going to just tell it like it is, whether people like it or not.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
That's a
But
fact.
I can empathize with that person because I come from them circumstances. That's the difference.
Well,
I'm going to be like, yo, he fouled for that.
JBK, I'm gonna take this next caller. I want to keep it, but thank you, man.
Go
You
ahead,
cook,
brother.
bro. Every time
Yes,
you
sir.
call in, you be cooking, bro, and I appreciate the information because they need to hear that, bro. There's a lot of stuff you know that they don't know. We appreciate that, bro.
Man, listen, man, just open your eyes and stop letting these people trying to bamboozle you. Peace and love to everybody, man, and Shabbat Shalom to everybody out there, man.
Shout out to JBK, man.
No captivity.
662. Thank you for calling in. What's your name and where you from?
Baby.
What's
up, Freezy?
What's going on, King Rooster? Come closer to your phone or whatever so we can hear you because you sound a little low.
I don't know why it sounded low, but
Okay, you got a little louder just then. Whatever you just did, yeah.
yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I'ma
Yes,
tell you
sir.
right- I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Black folk, man, protect your kids. Stop believing the hype
Mhm.
that you doing something by putting your babies in these certain areas. Stop trying to be bougie and everything, thinking that you're going to do it better by being around them other folk, bro. Them folks showed over the period of years, bro, it's the same game, different day. them folks don't like you, bro. How did this young boy get the audacity and the mindset to think that he can remove another kid? Where were the coaches? Where were the grown people?
Right.
I believe in this situation, bro. All of the grown people that just think about the 2 minutes, bro. A fight amongst grown people don't even hardly last 2 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So throughout the commotion, so you mean to tell me didn't nobody see nothing? Didn't nobody pull their phones out? Because we live in the TikTok era. We live in the Facebook era where everybody stream everything.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that stadium. Look how beautiful that field is, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You mean to tell me in this day and age, they don't have high quality cameras? Bro, I'm a truck driver, bro. They got cameras that'll read your name tag, show your face with flock cameras, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So you mean to tell me they hosting events in this prominent white town and they can't tell nothing? And they submit the grainy evidence first, and then the courthouse of area which rich white folks and black folks, because black folks ain't just poor over there. That area over there, bro, they got traveling nurses, doctors, and everything. I know somebody that stay over there, bro, and they make real good money.
Mm.
And they from around here from Walmart. So you mean to tell me you got all these events that be hosted in that stadium over and over and over and over, and for security purposes, you gonna still keep them old T-Move cameras up? Bruh, if they got a black person dead to the right, y'all better listen. Every time they got a Negro dead to the right, bruh, you can see them full-fledged on the camera. So you mean to tell me black folks got Ring cameras that can show them poo shysters kicking in your doors, and every time you leave and go to Walmart, then they show them clear. Even with ski masks on, they can tell who they are. But you can't tell who then got down in the goddamn damn near 3-point stand and thrusted the person up under from out of the tent, bro. In order for you to, there was a tackle in motion, bro. For anybody to play sports, if the young kid that explained, he was damn near with that WrestleMania shit, trying to spear him like the Rock or whatever. You remember that old school wrestling shit, Freezing?
Yeah.
Where you spear a person?
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
That's the aggressive, bro.
So that move, that lineman move that the witness described, what do you think? How are you picturing that lineman move? Because they're trying to make it seem like it was just a simple push. But you done seen football. You watch football. Could you explain what you think?
I played football.
What's a actual lineman move, King Rooster?
The lineman move is at a downward posture. You got to almost get down on a 3-point stand and rush a person. That means you are centering your shoulder to that person's abs, right?
Mm-hmm.
In order to get the total thrust, in order to push that person up off their feet. That's how you hit.
Most
You
definitely.
Get low and you charge forward. So if there's a lineman move that didn't work out and you got 2 minutes of this whole little debacle going on, didn't no grown person see this? So evidently, it could have been anything, bro. You got it's always something deeper, bro. If this man, if this young kid was like a star athlete and everything, we got to look in to see if they are like rival teams. If they're rival teams, you never know if that incident was to take out a player for the next year, hurt them, because they used to do dirty stuff like that a long time ago. When I was going to school, hurt them. Wherever you catch them at, hurt them. You can catch them outside of the game.
And let me ask you something. In order to do a lineman move, most of the time they tell you not to grab or hold, but linemen actually do grab your jersey a little bit and just to get you out the way.
Oh, okay. No, a lineman, a down lineman, a lineman. What they do is they usually get down in a 3-point stand, and what they do is they'll grab you by your chest piece. Your chest piece is your shoulder pad.
Right.
They grip on as tight as they can up under your arms, where you put your deodorant on.
Yeah.
And they thrust you upward because they are at a down position. They're
Right.
off balance. So your head is finna go back first because your feet is off the ground. You're not planning no more, bro. See, I done played sport.
Shout out to King Rooster.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to you. No. King Rooster, this some good information. Keep going, bro. Keep going. You good, man.
But I'm saying, for the other kids that displayed alignment motion, okay, we all know, if y'all study the history of football,
yeah,
the linemen are the ones that do most of the contact. That's why that movie with the CTE stuff going on with the brain, they are the ones that are the most aggressive on the field. So if he got down in a lineman stance at a track meet when everybody's supposed to be upright and running, that boy was aggressive. Why would you do that? So he took the track meet from, okay, we had a track meet, and I know he's also a football player. Let me challenge him in this way. That's what's going on. Both of them are football players, but he took it up off the track meet platform, and he playing with them on some football crap.
Yeah.
And then, you know what I'm saying, bro, look, y'all, I'm going to say this word, and a lot of people ain't going to like it. Color folks. Let's go back to the buddy system. You need 3. You need 1 to help, 1 to observe, and 1 to get away. Don't send your black babies around other groups of people that don't have their best interests without that one being able to get away and tell all of our mamas what's happening to your babies.
Yeah.
Stop doing it. These folks don't like us, bro. And I don't understand why these inner city Negroes don't understand. Just because you get a little bit of money more than your people get left behind, stop acting uppity and bougie. Because the moment some shit happens, now you got all our family in some shit. Because we got to figure out what to do with our cousin that you ain't brought back to let us see. Oh, you thought you was up there. You got around them white folks, and them white folks going to show you. They willing to stick together.
Mm-hmm.
But now you want to stick together with us, and we finally get the news. You know what I'm saying? When the little cousin's some trouble.
Right.
Bro, that's crazy, bro.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. No, I wanted you to land because I appreciate all the information, but go ahead. What's your final thoughts on this, King Rooster?
My final thoughts on it, only thing I can say, man, this court case, just like you said, there's going to be case law come behind it and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing I really want to, look, don't be, black people, do not be upset about the all-white jury. Because one thing, is an ace in the hole, right? White people believe in self-defense, right? And then they also believe in the Second Amendment. If they convict Karmelo, that means their Second Amendment beliefs about like gun rights or how to defend themselves is all bullshit. That's what it means. That means they are put in a position where they are not even able to defend themselves when up under certain circumstances either. So that's why they probably got rid of certain black people, because I'm telling you now, just look up the Second Amendment, and it goes right along with this. The Second Amendment, that's dealing with firearms. But your hands can also be, if you good enough or you got a strong punch, it can be just used the same way. If they convict Karmelo, that means Rittenhouse, he would have been in trouble because there's no way he would have been able to defend himself even though a group of people accosted him. So y'all just stay tuned and don't jump the gun and just see what the white folk gonna do with their program.
Mm-hmm.
That's their program that they running. Just see what they gonna do.
Well,
and you just go from there.
Well, shout out to you. Shout out to you, King Rooster. I appreciate you calling in, and I'm going to continue to be opening up the call lines, and you more than welcome to call line any other day, bro. I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate you, Freezer.
All right, shout out to King Rooster, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to King Rooster. Listen, I don't know if anybody else wants to call in. You can. I'm gonna give y'all like 5 more minutes before we actually start wrapping it up. But while I do that, I just want to say that I appreciate y'all. I appreciate all the support. I really do, man. I really appreciate y'all showing up and showing out. And even the people that don't agree with me all the way as far as with Karmelo Anthony, I just appreciate you remaining respectful in the chat and just being here. I really do. I appreciate that. You don't have to agree with me. You know, I'm not like that. But I don't. One thing I don't tolerate is disrespect. You know, I had to remove a couple of people earlier. Well, one person in particularly. I don't tolerate disrespect. I don't care what you is. I don't care what it is. You take that bullshit somewhere. Shout out to 1214. What's your name and where you from?
Which pastor calling in?
Pastor, what's going on? Shout out to Pastor.
No Cap-tivity.
Pastor, man, what's your new thoughts after finding out this new information and with the witnesses? And we just talked about the lineman move. I seen a couple of your chats in the chat. What's going on in your mind, bro?
Man, first of all, that lineman move, he did that because he saw the obvious size difference.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a smaller guy ain't about to try to get down and do a lineman move on a bigger guy.
Right.
So he knew that. So that right there shows he was a larger aggressor. I did not know the other two kids. We talked about this last night, Freeze.
Mm-hmm.
Why couldn't them other two? Where did them other two kids go? Why are those other two kids missing? We found out tonight why them other two kids are missing.
Give us the answer.
Because they black, and it's not going to fit their narrative. They got this scary gangster black boy Karmelo beating up white kids.
Right.
But now, come to find out, it was white kids, black kids, mixed kids.
Facts.
Trying to jump Karmelo.
Yes.
That kills the narrative that they trying to go with. The prosecution. At first, the prosecution needs to put those kids on the stand.
Mm-hmm.
If the prosecution was smart, those kids would disappear. They would say that they can't. They messed up and put a minor. They messed up and put a minor on the stand today. So they can't go back and say these kids are minors. They're too young. We can't put them on the stand.
Right.
The only thing they can say is, look, these kids are black, and that's going to mess up our narrative. They messed up bad.
So in your opinion, you feel like this was not a good look for the prosecution. You don't think this helped the prosecution out today?
No. No. When you bring up the lineman move.
Yeah.
Which, like King Rooster said, is a very aggressive move. You are literally trying to get your hands on the inside and thrust up. You're trying to get them off their feet, so you can what we call you can pancake them. You just lay on top of them and hold them down.
Also,
that's what linemen do. They lift you up and they pancake you.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you about this part, Pastor. Do you remember it was brought up, right? Karmelo Anthony's defense team, Toby Shook, he cross-examined the minor, the witness, and the witness, when he first got questioned by the prosecution, he tried to paint a picture that Karmelo Anthony was the aggressor and he was the one provoked Austin Metcalf. But then when Karmelo Anthony's defense attorney cross-examined the witness, he showed the witness a prior statement he made prior to trial and all. I think last year, the witness actually made a statement, and the defense attorney showed the transcript where the witness said what Karmelo was joking. Like the whole time he was joking. The whole time when they confronted him, he was like joking. He was like telling jokes.
Mm-hmm.
So he caught the witness in a contradiction. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do remember that. I think there's some outside hands.
Do you think these kids are being coached?
I think they're being coached. I also think these kids may be coerced as well.
Wow.
Because they're putting these kids in adults are horrible to kids. They're putting these kids in an impossible situation.
Yeah.
They're making these kids. This is the reason why they don't like to use eyewitnesses, because of this very thing right here. Eyewitnesses are not good. That's the reason why the law tries to get away from eyewitnesses. Honestly, they try to get on concrete evidence, DNA, video, but they scared of the video and they scared of the eyewitnesses. The eyewitnesses are not doing very well. They're children. They're not going to do very well. In the video they got ain't even well. And I agree with Rooster, man. If you go to Frisco and you look at those stadiums that them boys are playing football in,
yeah,
there ain't no way they don't have 4K. There ain't no way. Because they show Friday night highlights all the time down
Facts.
here. And it be crisp.
So you think they playing games? You think they playing games and stuff in court?
Yeah, they're playing games with technology. They're playing games with these children, and these children don't want to lie. These children don't want to get up there on this stand and lie. They don't. It's bad. It's bad that adults are really in the middle of doing all of this.
Yeah.
It's adults that's doing this. It's adults that's probably coercing them kids, coaching them kids. The prosecution didn't just take those kids off the street and use them as a witness. They coached them. They coached them. People in the neighborhood probably coached them, probably gave them some money. It's a very affluent area. We don't know what kind of.
What do you think about my theory? The prosecution could very much so know the coaches, and they could. The prosecution. I agree with what JBK said earlier. The prosecution could say, they could actually say, you don't have to worry about, talking about this or talking about that. All you need to do is talk about this specific thing. Now, that's what JBK said the prosecution could actually do before they actually take the stand. I forgot what the exact terminology said it was called. I forgot, preference or
yeah,
I don't know.
They could do that, but the problem is when they get when the defense comes in and does a cross-examination. That's what happened today. That's literally what you just explained about how the kid said one thing and then he got cross-examined and then it all fell apart.
Yeah.
That's the problem that they're going to have that's the problem they're going to have with coaching these kids. They can't coach these kids through the scenarios that the cross-examiner is going to bring in their face. They're not ready for it. They're not ready for it. Them lawyers, they specialize in breaking people, especially a defense lawyer. He's going to break apart everything you just said.
Yeah.
And them kids ain't ready for that kind of pressure. They ain't ready for that kind of pressure, dog. Most grown-ups aren't ready for that kind of pressure.
Right. Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but man, thanks for having me up, man. Have a good show, bro.
Before you go, we're still early. Do you think we still in store for some more bombshell evidence? Do you think it's gonna get more interesting than what we've already seen?
Yeah, it will. It will be because I don't think they're not getting the reaction they thought they were going to get. Because if you look at the local news around here, they keep telling some this big case and it can cause racial divide, and I do think there's some racial division going on, and I do think the case is big. I just don't. They're not getting the outcomes that they want. There's not like there's not like thousands of people outside the courtroom arguing and fussing. There's not like threats of rioting. So the outcome that they're pushing for, they're not actually getting.
Oh, okay.
Black people feel real confident about this, and white people are actually kind of nervous about this. I don't see a bunch of black people running around. I think black people are very confident about this case.
Wow.
I really think we are.
Wow. Well, shout out to Pastor, man. I appreciate Pastor. Thank you for always calling in, man. And your input is very valuable to me, man, and to the audience. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, bro.
Oh, no problem. You have a blessing, bro.
You too, bro. Shout out to Pastor, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Pastor. Shout out to the callers, man. I just turned off the call lines. What's going on, 404 Twin? Thank you for being here, 404 Twin. Shout out to everybody that actually called in. Like, I appreciate y'all. If anybody would like to contribute any support, last minute support, I will definitely call you out, shout you out, read your comments and your support up here on the screen. If anybody wants to support, just show their appreciation for us continuing. Let me tell y'all something, man. It ain't too many outlets that's supporting Karmelo Anthony like we are. It ain't too many outlets that's and platforms that's supporting Karmelo Anthony like we are. There are outlets that's, being pretty objective and stuff, but we have Karmelo Anthony's back. And so just for you guys contributing to the show and contributing to the platform, and even if it's only $5, $10, I don't care. I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. So we are at the tail end. We're going to do the benediction. So if you guys want to send in last minute support, we would appreciate it. We appreciate anything. Anything. Let me see. Shout out to everybody that's been sending jewels too. I appreciate that. Shout out to everybody that's been sending jewels. I've been seeing all the jewels. I've been trying to call out all of the jewels and everything. Let's see. Where's that? Luke 8 and 17. There we go. Okay, here we go, y'all. This is the benediction for the night, y'all. How long we did? We already at 4.5 hours. Y'all, we be cooking over here. We be cooking over here, man. 4.5 hours, man. Luke 8 and 17. Let me get rid of this.
No Cap-tivity.
Luke 8 and 17. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light.
No Cap-tivity.
For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to the light. All the lies and stuff, the Most High God is not going to allow them to do Karmelo Anthony like that, man. He's not. We're going to continue to have faith in God and pray for Karmelo Anthony and his family. We know the truth. We know Karmelo didn't intentionally go anywhere to provoke anything and to harm anyone. We know that was never his intention. And the brothers and sisters over here, for the most part, we understand this, and we want the best outcome for Karmelo. We want Karmelo to go to college and be the man that he's always been set out to be. That's who he is. That is who Karmelo Anthony is. And we love Karmelo Anthony, and we support Karmelo Anthony over here for the most part. And like I was saying, I would just want to go ahead and continue to add. Shout out to my sister.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Shout out to my sister Luna for the $6 cash app. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. Thank you for the $6 cash cap. I really appreciate you, sis.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you. I appreciate people sending in support. I really do. I really do appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. And anybody else that would like to, get their cash caps read, the cash cap is $Freezy no cap, or PayPal. The PayPal is no Cap-tivity with Freeze, or Super Chat. You guys know how to Super Cap. The Super Chat is down below, right down there where you type your chats. It's a rectangle box with the $sign in the middle of it. I appreciate y'all. I was going to say, listen, we welcome all opinions over here, but one thing we will not tolerate, and here's the thing, the guy that came in the chat hot early when I first started the stream, this guy used to come around black folk platform acting like he's so cool with black folk, and I need y'all to watch out for these people, man. Cause these people are imposters. They just coming around and they're imposters, and they have very ill intent. I'm telling y'all, they're very deceptive, and they're devils. They're devils in disguise. They're wolves in sheep clothing. But the Spirit made him show himself today, because they're very fearful that Karmelo Anthony will beat this. They're very fearful that Karmelo Anthony will beat this. And they, at the core of their soul, they wish bad on black folk in general. It's black folk in general that embrace black culture, right? The positive aspects of black culture. Black men like me who support black people, who love black people, who love my own people, who practice collectivism amongst our own black people. They hate us. They want the worst to happen. They will get their rocks off if Karmelo Anthony hypothetically does spend the rest of his life in prison, which we rebuke that in the name of the Most High God, in the name of Jesus. We rebuke that. But I'm telling you, you gotta watch them people, man. That's why I don't hesitate to block them people. Now, am I prejudiced to where if you're white or non-black, you can't? I don't want you in my chat. No, I welcome everybody in my chat. Even if you have a difference of opinion, even if you disagree with what Karmelo Anthony did, and you do want him to serve justice, there's a way you can do that. There's a way you can still be respectful in this house. You're not going to come in this house grandiose, especially if you think that because you're white and you can separate yourself and say, you idiots. No, you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that, because the same way you can call names, we can too. Right? But we don't want to go there. We want to be respectful. And we're going to continue to be better than you. Right? We're going to continue to be better than you. But because these people don't really have any true friends, and let me tell you something, white people like that, they're two-time losers. They're two-time losers, right? With their degenerate ass. They're two-time losers because you're white and you couldn't win like that. And then, you're on YouTube and you have to resort in coming on predominantly black platforms to troll or to be disrespectful, when you could actually, if you do feel a certain type of way about Karmelo Anthony, why don't you strike up a stream? Obviously, you have a YouTube channel. You can go on your platform and strike up a stream, but you know you're not going to do that because nobody cares about you. If you're white and you're like that, you're a two-time loser. If you're a racist and you're poor, right? You're a two-time loser and you're disrespectful. You're a three-time loser, right? And guess what? You're not going, and just because you hate that we're winning over here, and this is a predominantly black platform, we're not going to allow you to come over here and disrespect us. We're going to block your ass. We're going to block your C. Riker ass. Yeah, we're going to block you. Yeah, and y'all know I don't give a F-U-C-K. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. I'm going to block the hell out your ass. Now, anybody is welcome. White, black, Asian, Middle Eastern, Hispanic, it don't matter. Anybody is welcome over here in my chat, but you're going to remain respectful. You're going to remain respectful, and you shoot yourself in the foot because if you do disagree with me, you could have been in the chat the whole time expressing your disagreements, right, in a respectful way the whole time, and you could have been more effective that way. But that's what let you know. They call us ninjas, right? No! They call us ninjas, but these are the people with the degenerate behavior. These are the people with the ignorant behavior. These are the real ninjas. No! They are the real ninjas, right? The one that don't, the white people that don't have no decorum, the ignorant white folk, right? They are the real ninjas. No! So don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you, right? And these black coons, they buy into that. They want to impress these white ninjas. No! They want to impress these white ninjas because they think that they're above and black folk are below. But we ain't going to tolerate that type of bullshit over here. We're going to get your ass up out of here. First class. We're going to get your ass up out of here. Listen, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to the support, man. I appreciate the support. And also, listen, no, let me call out the support. Let me call out the support right now. Shout out to Craft Geek. Craft Geek gave $5 tonight. Shout out to you, sis. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
Also, shout out to my sister, Elite Belezo. She gave jewels. Craft Geek gave jewels as well. I got to recognize that. Elite Belezo gave jewels, and she also contributed $20. Shout out to my sister, Elite Belezo. Shout out to DIDR for the $10. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you for the $10.
Cap-tivity.
Bridget, thank you, Bridget, for the $5. Thank you so much, sis.
Cap-tivity.
Thank you so much. Also, shout out to Lifetime. Shout out to Lifetime, aka Riri Carruthers for her $5. Thank you.
No Cap-tivity.
Mitra, thank you so much for your $2. Thank you for supporting the stream and the cause. Thank you so much, Mitra. Also, shout out to Craft Geek again for her $5 cash cap.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, Craft Geek. JD1975, thank you for coming through. And thank you for the $5 contribution on the cash cap side.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you. Shout out to Luna. Shout out to Luna Wolf. Thank you, Luna. Thank you, Luna. Shout out to Luna Wolf for her $5 cash cap. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you, sis. Thank you for your $5 cash cap.
No cap.
I had actually hit the wrong button just then. Shout out to you, Luna. And shout out to Luna for her $6 cash cap. Thank you, sis. Thank you so much.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you. Last but not least, man, shout out to our brother JBK. He finished off today's show as the official sponsor of today's show again with a $50 super cap. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much, man.
No Cap-tivity.
JBK finish off the show. Looks like he's gonna finish off the show. Being the official sponsor of tonight's show with a total of $50. Thank you, JBK. I appreciate you. Y'all already know what it is. Thank you, Impressive Vibe. And Impressive Vibe, thank you for all the information you've been giving us. Thank you, Impressive Vibe. We really appreciate you. And shout out to McCole Wellness and Motion as well for all of the information she's been giving as well. Thank you, McCole. Shout out to Karma Slays. Thank you for being here, Karma. Thank you. Let's go ahead and celebrate our brother. Let's go ahead and celebrate our brother, JBK. JBK held strong on the No Cap billboard, sponsorship billboard below with a total of $50. So let's celebrate our brother like none other. JBK sponsorship, official sponsor with a total of $50. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you.
Wanna be a baller, shot collar, 20-inch blades on the Impala. Holla, get laid tonight. Pressure roast, I got spray vodka in the highway. Making money to fly away. But there's gotta be a better way, yeah. It's
Shout out to our brother JBK.
No Cap-tivity.
Listen, y'all. Listen. Thank you, Elite Belezo. I appreciate you, Elite Belezo. Shout out to Bridget for celebrating 4 months of membership, too. Thank you for celebrating 4 months of membership, Bridget. Am I just seeing that? Shout out to Bridget thank you for that. Thank you, Elite Belezo. I appreciate you, Elite Belezo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sis. And Bridget, I think Bridget came through on the cash on the PayPal side again. Let's see. Bridget came through what I believe $10 tonight. $10 on the PayPal. She's one of the PayPal queens. Shout out to Bridget. $10 PayPal. Oh man, shout out to Bridget, man. Thank you, Bridget, for the PayPal. First PayPal of the night.
No Cap-tivity.
First PayPal of the night. Bridget said, great show. Great show. Great show, she said. Shout out to Bridget. We're gonna give you a video, Bridget, for the PayPal.
Debit card, tap it, make it happen. Cash app on deck, yeah, we keep it active. Super chat live when the combo gets deep. PayPal slide through, show love to the speed. Every way it works, no friction, no trap. Thank you for supporting, no captivity, no cap. Building this vision brick by brick, we ride. If you ride with the mission, you already slide.
Shout out to our sister Bridget. Thank you, sis.
No cap.
Thank you for the $10 PayPal. Last minute support, I appreciate you. Listen, I'm gonna put the link to the Discord in the chat. If any one of the mods have the link to the Discord in chat, I will very much so appreciate that you putting the link to the Discord in the chat. Let me see. I'm going to put the link to the Discord in the chat. Where is the link to the Discord in the chat? Where is it at? Hold on. Okay, here it is. I'll put the link to the Discord in the chat. Our Discord. Here's the link. So that's the link to the Discord. It's in the chat. Make sure you guys click this link if you haven't joined our Discord. Click the link if you haven't joined our Discord. Oh, there he is. I know. Shout out to Big Bad Bull. I know you be somewhere close, bro. Shout out to Big Bad Bull for putting the link in the chat. Shout out to Big Bad Bull for just being here. Shout out to you, Big Bad Bull. Put the link in the chat, y'all. I mean, I'm sorry, not put the link in the chat, but click that link. Click the link that Big Bad Bull put in the chat. Tomorrow, y'all already know it's our world famous No Cap Bible study. I'm telling y'all right now, if you want to be uplifted in these times of these times of struggles, these difficult times, these challenging times, man, come to Bible study tomorrow, Saturday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. No Cap Bible Study. It's not churchy. It's down to earth. It's just plain old brothers and sisters chopping it up, talking about life, and we actually applying scriptures to the conversation. That's all it is, man. But it's powerful, and we be uplifting one another. So you're missing out. If you want to be a part of it, join our Discord and come tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time in our Discord. No Cap Bible Study, right? And also,
No Cap-tivity.
Sunday is very special. No Cap Mental Health Workshop. We have a mental health workshop every Sunday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. No Cap Mental Health Workshop. It's free, all right? And we're learning different tools on how to get rid of our anxiety, depression, panic attacks, you name it, stress, how not to let other people stress us. And it's a support group. All of these are support groups on Discord. We don't charge anything. It's free. It's just brothers and sisters coming together, right? Saturday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, No Cap Bible Study. Sunday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, No Cap Mental Health Workshop. We would love to see y'all, and we appreciate y'all in advance. Thank you. Thank you, Big Bad Bull. I appreciate y'all. Everybody that has a membership, everybody that has a channel membership over here, we call them VIP passes. Please make sure you maintain your membership every month so y'all can join us every Wednesday. That's our VIP Wednesdays. The only way you can join and watch our VIP Wednesdays is if you have a VIP pass, which is a channel membership. So shout out to everybody that's been maintaining their channel membership every month. We totally appreciate you. And the family is growing. Thank you, 404 Twin. 404 Twin says, salute, my brother. I committed to be a real one and nothing else. Yeah. Shout out to 404 Twin. Appreciate you, bro. Y'all, we about to get up out of here. We reached the end. Y'all know tomorrow, remember, if things go as planned, we are going to have brothers and sisters that actually went to Frisco Police Department and seen the actual video in 4K. Clearly, just like the black gentleman that's been going viral. We're going to have these people on the show tomorrow. So spread the word. Share the live stream tomorrow. Spread the word about this channel, right? If you care about Karmelo Anthony, if you appreciate the content on this platform, spread the word about this platform to friends, family, anybody. Spread the word. We appreciate y'all. Thank you. Shout out to the 162 people that hit the like button and the 8 people that hit the dislike button. Thank you so much. And shout out to everybody that joined the No Cap campaign and shared the live stream. Both of y'all. Thank y'all. I appreciate you. And y'all know what I always say. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we are out of here. I love y'all, man. Let's get it.
Came from the curb with a nice day tense. Graduated from the streets, no bars, no fence. No captivity, mindset breaking every chain. Taught by the pressure, never taught by the fame. Head full of topics, but my mind stay clear. Move with a purpose, I ain't moving in fear. No captivity, I don't fall for a trend. I don't sell my soul just to fit in with them. YouTube streets cold, yeah, I seen how it go. Clicks over character, everybody for sure. But I keep it real even when views get thin. No captivity, I'm free when I speak. Graduated from the streets to the digital streets. No captivity, I ain't locked in a lane. Move the algorithm when they type in my name. Captivity, stay on my grind every day. Clear mind, no chains. I don't drift, don't fade. Captivity, even when the lights get dim. I don't chase the fame. I make truth trend. I make truth trend. I make truth trend. From crack sidewalks to the platform grind. Turn pain in the present, made purpose from time. No captivity, I don't beg for the crown. I build from the bottom, let the message go around. They want a character, I'm giving them me. Real love of our, that's the code I keep. No captivity, I ain't stuck in the past. I move with conviction, make the vision last. Algorithm watching every word I deliver, but I won't dilute what's making me different. No captivity, I won't trade my name. They say it out loud, but I don't chase the fame. No captivity, I'm free when I speak. Graduated from the streets to the digital streets. No captivity, I ain't locked in a lane with the algorithm when they typing my name. Captivity, stay on my grind every day, clear mind, no chains. I don't tread, don't fail. Captivity, even when the lights get dim, I don't chase the fame. I make true change. They say my name, but I'm staying the same. No captivity, I won't bend for the game. Cold in these YouTube streets, I still stand tall. No captivity, I was never meant to crawl. No captivity. That's the flag that I wave from the streets to the screen, still real, still break. Captivity, every chain I outgrew, if they say my name, they know what I do. Captivity. What phrase it, what phrase it, what phrase it, what phrase it, what phrase it. No captivity. What phrase it, what phrase it, what phrase it, what phrase it, what phrase it.
No captivity. Freezy, freezy.